Here in West Tennessee, showers and thunderstorms continue area-wide across all of West Tennessee. Showers and thunderstorms will continue in tandem throughout the rest of the afternoon. Unfortunately, some of them are going to start to get stronger as the afternoon goes along, as we now have the sun out. And of course, instability is already growing very quickly in northern Mississippi and down in Arkansas. And the upper level energy that's going to lead to the finale is already on the way. So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now here on Storm Tracker 7 Max Radar. First, we're going to start off here in downtown Jackson. Again, it's a live view again. It's been a wet morning for us. Temperatures are still holding in the mid 60s. We're about 64 degrees right now. 62 is the dew point. I want to take a look at the overall pattern here. First of all, what's going on? First of all, the good news is that big old front you see extending all the way from the Hudson Bay all the way down across the Ohio Valley, down into the almost Red River Valley. That's what's coming to save today. It's getting pushed south by that area of high pressure, and that's going to be what comes to save today finally. But before it gets here, let's go ahead and take a look what's going on. The finale is already setting up. We've got this upper level energy that's riding right along the Red River Valley. That's right here. So this upper level low, notice what's happening. A strong upper level wind pushing from the south, pulling Gulf moisture right back into Arkansas and northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas there as well. I do want to go tight. Actually, before we get to that, I wanted to take a look at instability. I think I have it in the next frame. So here's what's going on locally. But the amount of energy is based off, on this color table, it's based off on how bright it becomes. The brighter it is, the more energy there is available in the atmosphere. And this is only a 3-hour loop. So just over the last 3 hours, look how much energy has rebuilt despite all of the rain that's come through a good chunk of the northern half of West Tennessee. It's getting very bright very quickly, indicating the energy is rebuilding very quickly. We're going to show you sort of where that's coming from. That's what I wanted to show you. Since we're on Facebook Live here, I'm just going to take my time and show you all these things here. So there you go. We've got a strong southerly flow. Again, we showed you that upper level flow pulling right out of the south, pulling all that moisture right back into West Tennessee here right now. So unfortunately, we're not done, and we are going to get that energy rebuilt right back into the area once again easily. And you can see there's a lot more to come. So even what we have here is not even close to how much is going to be ultimately available, and that will lead again to more and more problems. So here's a look at Storm Tracker 7 Max Radar. Roughly, I just redrew the surface map here, and again, the cold front right now, the one that's coming to save the day, is still not in West Tennessee. It is starting to drop into northern Arkansas at this hour, and it'll gradually continue to drop to the south. But you can see storms are refiring now, even down towards Memphis. I am going to take just a real quick look at Shelby County and Crittenden County there, and notice the lightning count jumping on this storm already. Again, it's not looking ominous in terms of shape and structure at this point, but it is indicating and confirming what the models are already trying to show us in terms of the energy build back into the area. So that is going to be something we're dealing with over the next few hours. But I do think we'll have a few hour break here before we really get back over into the storm business here. I do, since we got time here, we'll go ahead and take a look at Futurecast here. And by the way, we're going to be doing these every 30 minutes or so, just so you all know. So I won't be on audio the whole time. I'll be here until Chief Meteorologist Joe Barnes and Jordan Hubbard get here to begin their evening coverage for all this event. So let's take a look at Futurecast and show you how the rest of the afternoon plays out. I do think we're going to get a little bit of a break, not maybe this big of a break as Futurecast seems to think we're going to have. It'd be nice. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think that's going to be the case. However, either way we spin it, as we get past the noon hour, watch what happens. I do think this is going to happen. Probably, I think Futurecast is a little too far north with all this. It's probably going to be a little bit further south, extending into North Mississippi and across West Tennessee. And I really hope we don't hit those 80s it's trying to produce here either. But either way, here comes the finale. It will come through West Tennessee, and unfortunately in slow fashion. So once the main wave of severe weather comes through, we're still going to be stuck in the plume of stratiform rain. That's still going to have some pockets of heavy rain along with it. That is ultimately going to be leading to some significant flooding, flash flooding across West Tennessee, but it's also going to be leading to, of course, perhaps some catastrophic flooding, especially back to the west of the Mississippi River. They've been getting dumped on all night last night, all morning today, and already had 3 to 7 inches of rain already on the ground from the previous days before we even got over to the stuff from last night, this morning so far. So again, that's going to lead to some significant life threatening flooding that'll be ongoing over in Arkansas. Perhaps eventually over here in West Tennessee, as well, as we're now starting to play catch up to the rest of the area that's been absolutely getting drenched over the last several hours there as well. So again, to sort of re-rack what's going on here to start off, well, first of all, we'll take a look at what's going on right now. Again, not much change on the downtown camera here, but we'll start there. I'll just start at the top of my show here. I probably should definitely get water bottles before I start these as well. As you all know, I am just now starting to get back to myself here. I've been under the weather this entire time up until today. I'm still not perfect. I'm still only about 80 or 90% at this point, but I'm getting there. Either way, again, temperatures right now are still holding in the mid 60s. Haven't really dropped much here. 62 on the dew point, 64. I am going to try something different, something I haven't done in the past. I am going to try to answer some questions and comments here on Facebook as best I can. I won't get to everything, obviously, but I know we're live, and I'm going to try to answer some questions if I can here. Again, I'm not going to answer every single community in West Tennessee. And here, I got to turn this audio off. Hang on, I hear myself talking here. So let me turn that off. And all right, there we go. All right, I see. So if we can go ahead and get some questions, I see a lot of notify, and I'm not really sure why we got notified. What are we talking about? But anyways, we've got the rain that continues here. I'm going to report any reports of damage. So far, the only reports I've gotten from this morning specifically. I wasn't here when the actual tornado was going through Haywood County, so I didn't exactly see what was going on radar to confirm exactly. I was still in the dead of sleep at that point. I wasn't scheduled to come in until 6, but that actually all started happening around 2 or 2:30 this morning. So I do know there's some damage in portions of Haywood County. Over in heard multiple areas of damage over in Friendship and portions of western Crockett County. I know that was an area that was under the gun about the time I was waking up. Northwest Tennessee, I don't want to say you're done, but it looks like most of it's going to be mostly a heavy rain and eventually going into that flood threat for you guys, more so than the severe threat. The severe threat in terms of tornadoes, large hail, big damaging winds, it's going to be more of a southwest Tennessee problem. In fact, let me sort of iron that out. In fact, I didn't really pull it up here today because I'm not actually forecasting today, or I'm not here today, so everything is a little off compared to what I normally would do. So since I've got you live here and we got all the time in the world to talk here, and we don't have any particularly dangerous warnings, I just want to double check to make sure I'm not foregoing that here, but we'll go through the latest outlook, etc., from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll go through that, and I'll go ahead and add that into the show, and then we'll look at what what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking on. So here's where the Storm Prediction Center has the tornado threat. Notice it's not in. Now, granted, you still have a 5% risk, but the big tornadoes and excuse me, I know I'm wheezing still quite a bit here as well. I should have brought my inhaler with me. And the Hatch tornado threat is still generally along and south of I-40. It doesn't mean there won't be tornadoes north or outside of that. It's just they think if we're going to have big ones today, this is where it's going to be. Unfortunately, that does include here in Jackson. It does include Bolivar, Selmer, Savannah, Lexington, Parsons, Brownsville, Alamo, Bells. It does include you all still at this point. And then let's go ahead and take a look at the hail threat. They don't have a hatched area, so they're not expecting bigger than 2 inches, thankfully, for that. And then while I've got it here, let me pull up the wind threat. And again, a big 30%. That's a huge 30% risk for everybody, basically, throughout all of West Tennessee. And here we go. Even though Mr. Notify got lots of people to post it, even if it doesn't. I have no idea what you're talking about. But I just saw a bunch of notifies. Yes, Pensing, you're under all that I just said. It potentially could get bad in summer. I hope and pray it doesn't. I really don't. I really hope this all avoids, but we know, as much as I say this and as much as you would think, I have zero control over the weather. Nothing. I have nothing to do with what it actually does. Just a reminder. So I am not a soothsayer. I would not, if I was able to tell you if your town at 7 p.m. tonight was going to hit by a tornado and it happened, then they probably have me committed and looking at my brain and figure out what's going on. I can't do that. So I'm just trying to be honest with you. You're fine, Melissa Hooten. That's a good question. Basically, well, let's kind of re-rack here. I'm going to go back to the beginning and start from there. So here's the thing. Here's what's going on from the very beginning. So we've got the main cold front to the north here, extending from. That is the one that's coming to save today. But as it's coming to save today, it's also aiding in pulling more instability further north back into West Tennessee, even though it is raining. I know we usually say, well, this rain might help pull a little bit of instability out of the atmosphere. Today is a little different. We've got some big time upper level dynamics that are working and impinging on the area right now. One of which is that big old upper level low. See all that cold snow near Albuquerque? That's part of a big upper level low pressure system that's got the strong southwesterly flow that's pulling wind right off the Gulf, right back into southwest the south here, and that's got a lot of energy involved here. So in fact, let me go back. And this is just a measure of energy that's available. It doesn't mean it'll be used, but it's showing what's happening. So remember that big upper low I showed you? Look at that. It's extending all the way from the coastal valley there in southeast Texas, the coastal plain of southeast Texas extending all the way into western portions of West Tennessee. So yeah, that's going to take all that energy is getting pulled northward back into West Tennessee, and that's going to continue to pump energy into the area. Now, once that starts to interact with it while it's pushing into West Tennessee, that's not going to happen until late this afternoon into the evening hours here for us. So again, the threat is going to be with us for quite some time, and then really building back over the next couple of hours here, especially as we get further into the afternoon hours there for you. As we take a look at the latest, again, we'll take one last look at Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. Again, we're going to be coming back live again here in about 30 minutes. So I'm going to re-rack the show here, and we'll come back with another look. I'm going to keep radar up so that you have that available to you. But again, we're going to be doing these Facebook Lives every 30 minutes. I think that was my cue to go ahead and cut, and then we're going to be back here in about 30 minutes. Good morning, West Tennessee. Just a real quick weather update here for you. Again, we're going to be doing these on the tops and bottoms of the hour. We do have some new information. First of all, we're going to start by taking a look at what's going on in Hardin County, actually. So we're going to go live in this view here. And, well, there's some blue sky. We don't want to see the sun today at all anywhere in West Tennessee, but unfortunately it is out in portions of southwest Tennessee right now. Temperature-wise, it is quite warm, 77 degrees. It hasn't rained at all, or at least not much, down in Hardin County. Of course, McNairy, Hardin counties both have been spared the rain so far, but unfortunately that is adding energy to the atmosphere. We also have a new tornado watch that was just issued pretty much for all of West Tennessee with the exception of Lake County. Now, granted, some of the northwest Tennessee counties might end up getting chopped out at some point before we ever get to 7 p.m. because we do have the cold front that's going to be dropping southward over the region as the day goes along. And then once that cold front clears your county, then it's going to take a while for that to happen. We have a new warning of something. I think my phone's going to go off here in a second. We'll see what that is once it happens here. But let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on the overall picture here. First of all, we've got the main cold front that is coming to save today. And again, we'll go ahead and take and kind of point out these things. This is the cold front, the main cold front that's coming to save today for us. And down to the south, we're going to go a little tight here. Probably a flash flood emergency. Is that what was just issued? Let's see here. Let's go tight here and I'll see if we've picked it up. Or was that a child abduction warning? It's the same alert goes off for both of them. I don't see any new warnings here. And let me check the National Weather Service here just to be sure here. They took they're continuing under the flash flood warnings. That includes, so the flash flood damage threat has gone up to considerable. So it's not an emergency yet, but it's only one step away. That is for the flash flood warning. That does include Madison, Crockett, Madison, Crockett counties. So that flash flood warning, they're going to be they're upgrading that flash flood warning to the threat from a standard flash flood warning up to a considerable threat is what happened. So essentially it is this polygon here. I've got it on here. I'm going to take out the watch here for now because I don't want it on this graphic anyways. I'm going to unfill that, and we're going to put up that flash flood warning. So essentially the polygon that is right here. So that is this one right here. That polygon, this flash flood warning has been upgraded. The threat has been upgraded to considerable, and that's because the rain is about to get really heavy here again. You can see that the new thunderstorm developing back in Shelby County, that's going to make the flash flood threat go up considerably. So they're just giving you a big old heads up on that is what they're doing, it appears. But here's a quick look at, as I want to finish out the update here. We've got a lot of energy rebuilding across the region, and we have the sun showing up as well, which is really going to allow that energy to build into the area. The latest from the Storm Prediction Center, pretty much everybody that's in the enhanced risk is also in the tornado watch right now. In addition to that, this is a look with where they think the worst tornadoes will be, mainly along and south of I-40, and that's probably because, well, we've got a little sun coming. And unfortunately, that's going to add even more instability to the atmosphere for the atmosphere to utilize, unfortunately. The hail outlook, again, we're not looking at any large areas of particularly large hail like we saw earlier this week back on Thursday night into Friday. Here's a look at the wind outlook. Again, any of these storms, especially once they start to get organized this afternoon, will be capable of damaging winds. Here's the latest futurecast to kind of show you how this might play out. I still think this is a little too clear, but it's got the right idea. But what I do want you to note is the cold front is dropping southeastward as the afternoon goes along, but not fast enough to clear us all out of this severe weather threat. So again, this main line will push east first. It looks like it's by about 1 to 2 o'clock or so this afternoon, and then that'll make it to about Highway 45 by, it looks like, about 3 to 4 o'clock, pushing eastward rapidly. Even after that has gone by, however, the rain's going to continue as the front's still going to be pulling moisture over the region, and that is going to lead to the real threat that we've been talking about the whole time, and that's the flood threat, even after the severe weather threat has waned for the most part, even as we go into the evening hours, overnight, into the start of the day. The rain really doesn't stop until after midnight tonight for most of West Tennessee. Cold air starts coming in behind it. We'll still have some scattered showers first thing in the morning on Sunday, but the heaviest of the rain rain will be out of here, and more importantly, the cold front and all the instability will be gone by Sunday morning. But we have to get there. So we've still got a long day to go here as we go for the rest of today here. And we're going to, let's see, we're at 6 minutes after here. So just a real quick aside here. I just want to make sure. Okay, so we're going to be back in about another 30 minutes. Sorry, we're starting to get our bearings on how to do these live updates here for you. But I'm going to be back in about another 30 minutes after I take a look at some more data and get some graphics updated, things like that. And then I'll be back in about 30 minutes here, about 10:30. We'll be back with another weather update. Good morning, West Tennessee. Just another real quick update here for us. We're going to take a look, first of all, at some sunshine that we don't want to see. But there it is. They're in Savannah and Hardin County this morning. Got a few updates here for you before I get into the update. Just want to let you know about some damage. We know from Crockett County Sheriff's Office, we know that there are multiple structures and one home damage in the Friendship areas. No injuries at this point in Crockett County, at least. We do know, I've heard of some damage in Haywood County. Haven't had any additional confirmation from that. Also, up in Springville area, in northern Benton County, somewhere along the Benton County and Henry County line. There was also some damage there. There was a rotating storm that pushed through the area. Some road closures. We do have these from the Madison County Sheriff's Office due to some ongoing flooding in various areas of Madison County. Old Medina from Baker's Chapel to Barnes Road is closed. Bear Creek is also closed due to a cave-in. Sanders Bluff is closed west of the park. Boone Lane from Westover Road to Red Lane is also closed. Riverside Drive from Jackson city limits to D Street. Westover Road, the old Denmark Road to Highway 45 bypass also closed off. Most of Perry Switch Road is also closed at this time, and also Cerro Gordo Road. Unfortunately, I'm sure we are going to be adding a lot more to those. Here's a quick look at your update. We do have a new tornado watch now in effect for all the counties highlighted in yellow, and that's going to go until 7 p.m. tonight. The only county not included is Lake County. Here's a quick look at the update. Again, we've got a cold front that continues to push southward out of the upper plains into the Midwest, out of the Midwest into the Mid-South, I should say. That's the one that's coming to save us. Unfortunately, it's not going to get here fast enough to forego a severe weather threat, which looks like it might be, or at least the thunderstorm threat, starting to ramp up right along the Mississippi River. You can see there between Covington and Memphis, a decent thunderstorm, both of which are sub-severe at the moment, but they have had some uptick in lightning, so I've been keeping a close eye on them. As for the severe weather situation, we still have a lot of moisture and instability pumping north quickly to come fill in the gap here as we go through the rest of the afternoon. You see that large tornado watch extending all the way down into Louisiana. The main event is going to be that line that extends from Cravens, Arkansas, all the way down to Hope in southwest Arkansas. That's going to move northeastward, arriving here probably by as early as about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon along the Mississippi River or just west of it. That will be pushing across West Tennessee. We'll map that out on modeling here in just a second. But this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. A good chunk of West Tennessee remains on the enhanced risk. That's a 3 out of 5 on the enhanced scale. This is where they expect some of the bigger storms to produce tornadoes. And again, notice it is hatched, which means there could be an EF2 or better tornado again this afternoon, particularly south of Jackson, where it has not rained much, and we have even stronger instability down in that neck of the woods. So that's somewhere we'll be watching very carefully. In addition to that, we have a 30 percentile of wind damage potential for any of the storms that will also be pushing through West Tennessee this afternoon. Hail, we're not looking at the larger type, but we still could have an inch to inch and a half hail, and that's enough of a problem. Of course, we don't want to add any more to the issues that we already have. Here's how Futurecast plays it out for the rest of today. This cold front will continue to drop down to the south, and then we've got that wave that I told you about. It's going to be arriving on Futurecast by about 2 o'clock in far southwestern corner of West Tennessee. It'll be crossing the Mississippi River by about as early as 2:30 to 3 o'clock, it looks like. That line will then push eastward. This particular version of Futurecast doesn't have individual discrete cells, and I hope that's right. But the potential is there. We might have some storms before this ever gets here, and that might happen over the next 1 to 2 hours or so. So that's what we're going to have to watch very carefully for discrete development. The severe threat looks like it pushes to the east and out of here by about 5 o'clock, to be honest with you. But it's not done raining. The heavy rain will continue as that front continues to slide southward across West Tennessee. And, of course, that's going to exacerbate the flood threat as we go through the course of the rest of the afternoon and evening hours. And, unfortunately, that rain is going to be heavy at times. So that I just want to make sure that is all clear there. The cold front goes by. We'll still have a few spotty showers moving back in on Sunday. But, of course, by that point, all the instability will be out of here, and the cold, dry, more stable air will be filtering in behind that. It's going to be a pretty chilly day on Sunday overall. So just to sort of re-rack again, we got several road closures. Again, Old Medina, Baker's Chapel to Barnes Road. Bear Creek is closed due to a cave-in, so definitely avoid that. Sanders Bluff is closed west of the park, and then Boone Lane from Westover Road to Red Lane is closed. Riverside Drive from Jackson City limits all the way to D Street is also closed. We're going to be back in about another 30 minutes with updates. If I have more information to pass along, I will do that as well. Good morning, West Tennessee. Just a real quick update here for you on the weather and on a lot of the road closings, because there are a lot. So let's get ready. I'm going to go right down the list here. Now, keep in mind, these are also available on WBBJTV.com in its full entirety. But I just want to go through the updates from the Haywood County Sheriff's Office. There are still, let's see here. Flood, let's see here, updates will be posted in the comment. Hang on, let me make sure I have the right area here. Here are some of the road closed according to the dispatch as of right now. We've got Highway 70 West and Bond Ferry Road, it's closed. Shaw Chapel Road and Sugar Creek Road are closed. Mercer and Macy Lane Road, Mercer Road and Macy Lane are closed, and Christmasville Rudolph Road also closed. Highway 179 is closed. Haywood County Sheriff's also encourages caution on the roads. Of course, Stanton on these particular roads are not closed, but they do encourage caution. Stanton and Cocoa Road are not closed yet, but they do apparently have some high water nearby that may become a problem. Hillville and Vildo Road also closed, or not closed, but also exercising caution on those. And in Kearney Road, needing to exercise caution on those. Crockett County Sheriff's Department has these roads. In Alamo, these roads are closed. Nance Road at Highway 152 to Tinsley Road. Emerson Road, Cypress Road at Ray Perimeter Road, Highway 152 at Avery Cemetery Road, the Coxville area. That's closed. Warren Road is closed, and Weaver Road is also closed. Friendship Murray area, Friendship Chestnut Bluff Road closed. Highway 189 between Murray City and Friendship is closed. Early Austin Road closed. Old Mount Road between Highway 189 and Riddick Road closed. Mount Moriah Church Road is closed. Johnny Powell Road, and there's a lot. Bells, Margin Street Road, Bolding Road, Oak Crest Road, Depot Street and to the train tracks is closed off. Ray Perimeter Road and Cherryville Road are also closed. There's a lot more than this, so check it out. And folks, just stay home. If you don't have to be out, there's really it's no reason to put yourself in danger. We're not done with the rain. Yes, we have a nice break that's going on right now, and that's probably going to continue for the next couple of hours. But as you'll see here real quick, it's not done. In fact, it's going to get a lot worse as the afternoon goes along. So here's a look at what's going on in terms of headlines. We've got a flood watch in effect for all of West Tennessee. That's going to continue until tomorrow at 7 a.m. But we also now have a tornado watch for all of West Tennessee that goes through 7 p.m., although the northern counties are going to start to get chopped out as the cold front drops southward and ends the severe weather threat from north to south gradually. It's going to be a slow process, so don't count on your county in certain times, but I will tell you the process will begin as we go through the afternoon as that front sort of drops through the area. Here's a look at the big picture. There's the front that's coming to save us. It's dropping out of southeast Missouri into West Tennessee, but not fast enough to save us from another round of severe weather across West Tennessee, unfortunately, particularly the southern 2/3 of West Tennessee. So here's the latest look at Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. This is, we've got this old boundary that's sort of lifting back northward across the area, but more importantly, note, there is sunshine. In fact, I'll point it out here for you. Notice this area. This is sunshine. That's out basically in southwest Tennessee trying to lift northward. We don't want to see that, but unfortunately, that's what's is happening here. I did want to take a quick look at Dyersburg. There is some rain, heavier rain moving back into Dyersburg and Dyer County, also northern Lauderdale County up near Halls. Some pretty heavy rain moving in. Not a ton of lightning, but in this particular frame, there's about 4 strikes of lightning in the last 10 minutes. That count has been going up a little bit as energy continues to build back into West Tennessee. As we back it up here and take a look at the wide view to take a look at how this is going on, all of this energy is still getting pulled and funneled northward, all ahead of the main event, which right now you can see very clearly on Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. Look at this. Look at all those severe thunderstorm warnings in Little Rock. That's the main event. So as it continues to race off to the northeast along that quasi-stalled out boundary, it's still set to arrive probably in Memphis by about 1 o'clock or so, and then it'll race across the rest of West Tennessee beyond that point. So let's take a quick look at the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Again, an enhanced risk for pretty much all of West Tennessee. We are watching, unfortunately, for the hatched area. That's along and south of that boundary that's sort of quasi-stalled. That's where we could potentially end up with an EF2 tornado or two. Again, yes, Jackson's included in that threat. Lexington's included, Brownsville, rather, also included in that. Bolivar, Summer, and Savannah as well. Again, the wind outlook, again, that kind of is probably the most likely severe weather that you will experience this afternoon. There is a hail threat as well. Here's a look at Futurecast to time it out for you again. Here we are at 12:30. Here we are by 1 o'clock. The main line's arriving at the Mississippi River by 1, and then it's crossing and arriving at Highway 45 West by about 3 o'clock. And then the severe threat actually ends fairly quickly by about 5 o'clock, but the rain will continue, and that is going to add a lot of water to some areas that have already picked up 9 inches of rain, and that is going to lead to a lot of problems this afternoon. We're going to be back in another, looks like about 25 minutes with another update at about 11:30. Good morning, West Tennessee. A real quick weather update here for us. We're at the bottom of the hour here at 11:30. And again, a live look out the window. We're starting off downtown Jackson. We have an additional shower repop across the county. And again, that's going to be a thing as the afternoon goes along as we await the main wave, which is still back in Arkansas right now. I do want to just pass along a call. I won't go through all of them because there's a lot of them, but some road closings that we still have across West Tennessee. This is going to be Crockett County to be specific. We've got Alamo Nance Road at Highway 152 to Tinsley Road is closed. Emerson Road is closed. Cypress Road at Bray Perimeter Road is closed. Highway 152 at Avery Cemetery Road in the Coxville area, it is closed. Warren Road closed. Also Weaver Road is closed, all in Alamo. Here in Friendship and Murray City area, we've got Friendship Chestnut Bluff Road that's closed. Highway 189 between Murray City and Friendship is closed. Early Austin Road is closed. AG Road is closed. East Road is closed. Riddick Road is closed. Beaver Road is closed. All this says to me is you probably shouldn't be out and about if you don't have to be today. That's kind of the message. By the way, we are not done with the heavy rain. We have a lot more to go as the day goes along. So please heed. And by the way, if the road is closed and they have a barricade there, it's there for a reason. So please do not drive around those. And then put yourself and whoever has to come rescue you in danger. It's not fair, y'all. So be careful out there, okay? Here's a quick look at what's going on in terms of the household items here. We've got a tornado watch that is now in effect for a good chunk of West Tennessee, which is going to go until 7 p.m. tonight. Although this threat's going to probably be over for most of West Tennessee by 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, maybe even earlier in the northern portions of that tornado watch. We'll show you why in just a second. Here's a quick look at the big picture. A cold front. We've got a northern stream trough that's finally pushing some cold Canadian air down in our direction. Now, I know y'all don't want to hear that, a cold Canadian air, but it's what's going to save the day and finally break us out of this nasty pattern that we have been stuck in for so long. In fact, just a couple things to point out. This guy right here is the troublemaker. This is the ridge that's been blocking any thing from being pushed completely through the Mid-South. So everything has to go through this channel between this upper level low here and this upper level high here, and that's why everything's getting pumped right through the Mid-South, and that's what's leading to the massive flooding that we're dealing with here and all the multiple rounds of severe weather. Here's a quick look at what's going on locally again. We've got more showers and storms redeveloping, more specifically along the Mississippi River and west of Highway 45 west. You can see a pretty good amount of rain falling in Crockett County again. And again, this isn't it. We've got a lot more to go other than what you're seeing here on the Storm Tracker 7 Max Radar. That cold front that's just off to the north, off your screen here, that one, that's going to bring this to an end, the severe threat to an end from north to south gradually as the afternoon goes along. You'll see that on Futurecast here in just a second. We are a little concerned because, yeah, there is a little bit of sunshine showing up here down in southwest Tennessee. That's going to add, and it's going to what we call steepen lapse rates. It makes the temperature between the surface and the mid-levels of the atmosphere colder, faster, and that creates the threat for stronger updrafts, which creates both larger hail, and it can help sustain updrafts that may be rotating very strongly. So we're very concerned about that, now, especially now that we're seeing sunshine in southwest Tennessee. Here's where the main event is right now. I'll go ahead and stop it here. Right in Little Rock, Arkansas. Notice that Boeing segment pushing through Little Rock, Arkansas. So it is surging ahead. We got the cleaning crew here in town, or here in a studio as well, so I apologize for that. But this is going to be pushing off to the east, northeast along I-40 rapidly. That's going to be the main wave arriving by about 2 o'clock, it looks like. Latest from the Storm Prediction Center, we've got an enhanced risk for severe weather for all of West Tennessee along that axis. Where we have sunshine, notice where the biggest tornado risk is. It's exactly where we have the sunshine. That sun, it helps create and strengthen those updrafts by steepening the lapse rates. So that's why we're concerned about that. This is your wind threat. Here's another look at the Futurecast to show you how this progresses as the afternoon goes along. Again, so that front is going to gradually and slowly drop south while that main event pushes from Little Rock, Arkansas into West Tennessee by 2 o'clock. It looks like it'll be approaching Highway 45 west by 3, and then The severe threat actually pushes out and east of the Tennessee River by about 5 or 6 o'clock this afternoon. But the rain will continue, and that means the flooding threat will continue to increase while that heavy rain continues until we get that cleared out of here, which won't happen until after midnight. We'll have another update coming up here in about, we'll have it at about 12 o'clock, it looks like, on our next update. Well, good afternoon, West Tennessee. We've started our morning off with some strong and severe thunderstorms. We've been in a bit of a lull over the last hour, and a couple of hours here. But we do have some updates, and unfortunately, they're not good ones. We'll go ahead and get through it here for you. Right now, we're still at 65 degrees, so we're still holding in the middle 60s here in West Tennessee. We have a tornado watch that's already in place throughout all of West Tennessee. That goes until 7 p.m. this afternoon. Or this evening, rather. Here's a quick look at the big picture. We've got a cold front that continues to drop out of the Ohio Valley and Missouri Valley into the Mid-South. That's gradually going to shut the system off from north to south as we get later into the afternoon. But unfortunately, not before we have to deal with the big severe weather event. That's well on its way to West Tennessee. Right now, we have some shower and storm activity. None of this activity is severe at the moment. In fact, it doesn't really have a whole lot of lightning. In fact, in this frame here, only 13 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes, so not a lot going on there. But it is heavy rain, and it's adding to grounds that are very saturated or already flooded. So either way, it's exacerbating the problem. That cold front you see to the north, we're going to come back to that in the full forecast in just a bit. But first, I want to show you what's going on back to the west of the region. And what should jump out like a sore thumb is all that lightning and that bowing out segment here making its way out of Little Rock, Arkansas. That's racing to the north at 65 miles per hour, and it sure enough has gotten the attention of the Storm Prediction Center. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. But right now, that's moving. That's got potentially widespread. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look and give you the quote from the National Weather Service from Little Rock here, and we'll actually just take a look at that particular warning here. And again, that warning is going to go until 12:30 p.m. their local time there. But this is producing 65 could produce up to 80 mile per hour winds. Latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. No surprise here. We talked about this the last half hour. Remember that sun I told you that was showing up south of I-40? What the sun is doing is it's warming up the surface, of course, but that also steepens what we call the lapse rate, the temperature change between the surface and the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. We want that to be a slower rate, but we don't want that to be 6 to almost 8 degrees Celsius for every kilometer you go up in the sky. What that does is it strengthens your updraft, of course, rather it's just going straight up, of course, or spinning. And that is, of course, become a concern for the Storm Prediction Center, especially once that business you saw out to the west arrives into West Tennessee. Here's the latest tornado outlook from that. They did upgrade a good chunk of West Tennessee, everyone basically south of I-40, to a 15% probability of tornadoes, and we are still hatched. There could be EF2 tornadoes. I still think the damaging wind is going to be the bigger threat. And in fact, here's a look at the wind outlook. Notice that is also being upgraded to 45% over that whole area in the pink or fuchsia color, also hatched, which means they're expecting wind gusts to be over 80 miles per hour at times. So that is destructive. It doesn't matter if it's spinning or coming straight at you. That's an EF2, the almost EF1 tornado in a wide line. So that's going to affect a lot of people when that line gets here after lunchtime, or after noon, I should say, today. Here's a quick look at Futurecast to show you how this may play out. So the cold front's going to continue to still drop to the south. Again, unfortunately, not fast enough to forego this severe weather threat. But, so it's almost a race against time here. We've got what's coming out of Little Rock now, and a cold front that's coming down to the south, and it's not going to quite make it before that comes through. Futurecast is also speeding this line up, pushing the severe weather threat out of here, still by about 7 o'clock, but we're still going to continue to have some steady, moderate to heavy rain at times as we go through the rest of the afternoon. That, of course, will only exacerbate the flooding threat that we also will have through the overnight. Cold front will eventually push through West Tennessee overnight into the start of the day on Sunday, and that will end the severe threat for all of West Tennessee. We'll have another look and update coming up in about 30 minutes. Good morning, good afternoon, West Tennessee. A quick weather update here for us as things appear to be escalating a bit here for West Tennessee. Let's start off by taking a look at what's going on and what we know for sure. Temps still holding in the middle 60s for all of West Tennessee. We have a tornado watch that's in effect for all of West Tennessee with the exception of Lake County, but I can foresee some of those northern counties getting chopped out by rows as we go over the next several hours here, as you'll see here. No, I don't think all of us are going to make it to 7 p.m. on this. I'll show you why in the full forecast. Here's a quick look at the big picture. We've still got our main lead front that's finally pushing its way out of the Midwest into the Mid-South, and we've got the main event that we've been tracking all morning so far that is starting to push out of Little Rock, Arkansas, and it is absolutely racing to the east right now in a form of a bow echo. It is a huge bow echo here. In fact, I'm going to go back here. I put some timing on that echo here. I did also put out a post on social media. You probably saw some of that. Notice it also has embedded tornadoes within the bow echo itself. So right now the National Weather Service says this thing is going to produce widespread 70+ mile per hour winds, and it will also produce embedded tornadoes. In fact, there's 2 tornado warnings for that. You can see this thing is getting stronger as it arrives, as it's approaching Memphis at this hour. So that's going to continue to work its way to the east. I do note that the line that's actually right along the Mississippi River is also starting to uptick a bit as well. Notice the colors are getting oranger and darker orange, so indicating the storms are starting to sort of pick up in West Tennessee right now as well, in addition to what we're tracking back to the west. Again, so this track is showing the potential times of arrival in this. I'm going to sort of share this up just a little bit here, and we're going to take a look at these times of arrival. I'll go right down the list if you're just listening to me right now. So that's going to be arriving in Memphis at 1:16. It's going to be arriving in the community of Bartlett there on the northeast side of Memphis by 1:22. Covington at 1:40. Brownsville, when it holds together, it'll be arriving by about 2 o'clock. Dyersburg about 2:09. Jackson, it will be here by about 2:23. So we're talking at the moment mainly widespread damaging winds, but we'll have to watch for embedded tornadoes along that line, and we can now need to keep an eye on what's here now, as that might try to strengthen into something as well. Remember, the sun has been out now, so we have instability that is encompassing the southern half of West Tennessee. That's pretty strong. So let's take a look at the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. They did upgrade basically the southern 2/3 of West Tennessee to a moderate 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, primarily for the wind damage per aspect. So widespread damaging winds is what I'm expecting primarily out of this. But there is a 15% probability of tornadoes, again, embedded within that line that is on its way right now. Again, it's moving very quickly and will be here in probably just around 2 hours, if not slightly less than 2 hours. If it speeds up any further than it already has. Here's a look at the wind outlook. We have a 45% probability, again, of widespread damaging straight line 70+ mile per hour winds. That's going to be coming in to West Tennessee very shortly in short order. So if you know folks that are going to be outdoors over the next 2 hours or within the next hour and a half to 2 hours, let them know. They need to get into shelter, right? This is a huge heads up that we're telling you right now. You need to find or be on your way to some kind of shelter. This is the time to do that. Futurecast has been doing a very good job tracking that line so far, so I'm gonna go ahead and trust it here through about 1:30. This is where it should be. About 2 o'clock. Look, it's hitting about the real timing is a little bit faster than what Futurecast has here at this point. And again, once that line goes through here, the severe threat will dwindle quite a bit. That's going to take a lot of energy out of the atmosphere, and that cold front is going to make some progress southward across a good chunk of West Tennessee, and that'll start to chop counties out from north to south as we go through the afternoon hour. So again, this is coming pretty quick, and even our models are a little slow compared to the reality of how fast that bow echo is moving. It's coming right up I-40. We're going to have another full update at about we're at 12:30 now, so this is going to be at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock, a full update here with you. If we have warnings before there, I will be hopping on air to cover those if things do wind up a little bit faster than that. So I'll see you in about 30 minutes. Good afternoon, West Tennessee. We continue to track showers and thunderstorms across West Tennessee. The threat for severe weather remains as we go through the afternoon. We have a tornado watch already out, and we have, well, an active system. We've got our main cold front that's still coming to cut things off eventually, but not fast enough before this guy gets here. We've got a couple of things we're watching. First of all is what's going on along Highway 45. These storms are starting to deepen a bit. Notice they are starting to pick up and lightning just a bit along Highway 45. Those are not severe. However, they're going to put some heavy downpours down, and I'm only mentioning them because they're probably going to distract you from what's really happening back here to the west, and that is this bow echo that's racing along I-40, making its way towards West Tennessee. It's moving at about 65 miles per hour and capable of widespread 70-plus mile per hour winds. In addition to that, along this line, there are some areas of rotation that's producing potential tornadoes that are going to be along the bow echo as it's making its way into the area. So again, don't be so distracted. Don't be too distracted by what's going on first here. We got very heavy rain along with some flooding that's going to be occurring because of this heavy rain and some frequent thunder and lightning. But these storms are not severe at the moment, but they are starting to deepen a bit then compared to what they were about an hour ago. We'll go ahead and put a time track on here on this line. So it's going to be moving at 65 miles an hour to the east here. That's going to put it in West Memphis at 1:35 here at Memphis by 2 o'clock, Covington at 2:36, Dyersburg at 3:25. Timing's a little off on that. That's going to be here about 2 o'clock. I'm going to have to adjust that timing on that. That doesn't sound right at all. So we're going to adjust this, and that's going to be here by about 2 o'clock or so. I'm going to redo this. So this is, again, moving at about 65 miles an hour. And we're just going to put a new track on that, and we're going to get that adjusted here for you. So right now, we do have some thunderstorms that are in West Tennessee right now, or redeveloping, I should say, and that's going to be moving off to the northeast at about... There we go. That's probably a little closer to reality here. So again, this is moving off to the northeast, east-northeast at about 65 miles an hour. So that's going to put these times of arrival this way. So I'm going to go ahead and save this real quick, and we'll go ahead and list some of these times of arrival. So Covington at 1:38, Dyersburg at 1:58, Bolivar at 2:19, Jackson, it will be here by 2:22 at its current speed here. And again, Camden, if it holds together, by 3:02, Savannah at 3:10. Again, this is moving at 65 miles per hour, capable of producing widespread 70-plus miles per hour winds. So if you know folks that are out surveying, doing damage survey, let them know that we have something very dangerous on the way. We do have some thunderstorms in here right now, but the bigger threat is going to be what's coming in behind it. And then again, this is going to have not only widespread damaging winds, but it's also going to have the threat for some of those for tornadoes as well. And these tornadoes, I do want to note that the bow echo is actually moving into an even more unstable environment. Remember, the sun has been out here in West Tennessee. The sun hadn't really been out back this way. So when it gets here, the environment's actually going to get a little bit better for it. So that's something we'll have to keep a very close eye on. We're going to have another update coming up in about 30 minutes. We're going to be on TV here very shortly. Alrighty, good morning or good afternoon, West Tennessee. Well, let's first of all go through everything that's going on. There's a lot going on, and it's all escalating pretty quickly as we go into the afternoon here. First of all, we've got a new area of rotation developing in Fayette County, northern Fayette County. Right now, it is only currently severe thunderstorm warned at the moment. I'm going to turn off satellite here. It's a little bright here. But notice what's going on here, just west of Fayette Corners. This is a rotation. We've been watching it for the last about 20 minutes now here, but it's really starting to tighten up here. This is going to be going right into southern Haywood County, and this is going to be, let's go ahead and put a track on this particular storm. I had one on there, but I'm going to try to do a new one here with you live. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm. This is all ahead of the bow echo that I was telling you about 30 minutes ago. We're still tracking that, but these storms that are ahead of it are starting to also strengthen and deepen as they continue to move off to the north and east here. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this and go ahead and I'm going to track this. I have it going about 60 miles per hour here. So I'm going to go northeast here, basically right towards Jackson here at about 60 miles per hour. So we're watching this area here, and that's going to be going to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and put a track on that and get an idea of some times of arrival on that particular location, that rotation rather. So that's going to put it in Whiteville very soon, 122, or very close to Whiteville at 122, Cloverport at 132, Woodland at 135, and in Huntersville by 142. Here in Jackson, it'll be here at about 149. Again, that rotation, should it hold together. Again, this is only ahead of what we're really concerned about, and that's what's going on right behind it. Let me go ahead and back up. Never mind, tornado warning. We're going to have to go live coverage, and we're going to have to hop on TV. They just went with a tornado warning on this tight rotation. That's in northern Fayette County. This is pretty close to Fayette County. I'm sorry. Ooh, that's all the phones are going to be going off. That does include Jackson, Tennessee. So let's go ahead and take another. Okay. We're on air now? Okay. So let me grab a jacket here, and I'm going to hop on air, and we're going to track this here. We've got Chief Meteorologist Joe Barnes on the way. He'll be here shortly, and so will Meteorologist Jordan Hubbard at the same time as well. So we've got, we're working a new tornado warning now. Again, this is ahead. This is a new tornado warning that has been issued for this part. If you can pop me up on the key here, I'll step off here for you. That tornado warning is for that rotation that's tightening up rapidly in northeastern Fayette County. It's over near Fayette Corners right now. And again, there we go. Thank you. And again, that tornado is a potential tornado is down. I did not put a zoom in on that, so I apologize for that. Let me get over here and get in here on tight on that storm. And we are going to track that rotation that is just west of Fayette Corners. There, and again, that's over near Garnet School at the moment, making its way northeast. So if you're familiar with Dancyville and Fayette Corners, that's exactly where this potential tornado is located. I am going to double check to make sure this wasn't a confirmed. Right now, they're throwing out a lot of warnings because they're also about to get hit hard in Memphis right now at the same time. So they're just warning everything right now because the big bow echo that's coming into new destructive severe thunderstorm warnings directed from Memphis Metro. Okay, and let's go back to the Fayette County here. Or Fayette County rather, northeastern Fayette County as it makes its way off to the northeast. So again, here's a look at the track on this. It's moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So that's going to put it into Jackson by about, I believe it was about 149. So this is going to be arriving in Madison County real quick. So I need you to let anyone know that is outdoors right now. They need to get indoors right now. You've got some time here, but here's some of these communities that are going to be affected by this tornado as it moves through. Dancyville, it's there right now. It's just to your south. Fayette Corners about 124. Hatchie by 133. Woodland by 138. We've got Neely community at 143. Huntersville at 145. Jackson, if it holds together. We don't have much time, so you need to get in, be thinking about getting into your safe space immediately. At this point, I think it's radar indicated, but it has been cycling and getting tight in a hurry. So I do think something is trying to spin up here as it makes its way into Var, northeastern Fayette County. Again, it's just about to move into far southern portion of Haywood County, and again, community of Hatchie, southwestern portions of Madison County. It's going to be here very soon. You don't have much time. It's going to be into far southwest Mercer. It's not listed on this list here, but it is going to be pretty darn close to Mercer by about 135, 130, 38 or so. Then of course. Jackson by 153 if it continues to tighten up any further than it already is. And again, this is not the only one we're worried about. We are watching what's going on back to the west and behind this, because that is about to bring some destructive, widespread 70+ mile per hour winds, and there might be some tornadoes with it as well. But right now, this is the one we're most concerned about right now as it continues to work its way up to the northeast. We're noting the lightning count is going up on this particular warning as on this area of okay. Went up to 82, back down to 76. But we'll get a new scan here to see what it does here, see if it tightens up any further. But the last three have certainly been becoming more and more alarming here as this continues to work its way off to the north and east here. And again, we've got several destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings that are coming out. Again, it's because of what's going on behind me. In fact, let me go ahead and back out and show you what's going on in the big. This is the big concern. This guy here. This has got widespread, destructive 70 to 80 mile per hour winds along with it, and within it, there's also got a couple potential tornadoes that are also with it. And then, of course, we have this new one that's also trying to spin up just ahead of it as a discrete, perhaps it's not a very organized supercell for sure at this point, but it has been tightening up over the last several scans here. Here's a look at the main line. I did track this out. We probably need to bring it forward here just a little bit. So I'm going to bring that forward just a little bit here and get some new times of arrival on the Bow Echo. So again, this is for the massive Bow Echo that we've been telling you about. Here's some times of arrival on that feature. So it's arriving in Memphis basically right now. It'll be in Brownsville by 2:06, Dyersburg 2:10, 2:29 here in Jackson, McKenzie by 2:53, Savannah by 3:12. Again, that's for the big storm. The one ahead of it also causing problems now. That we'll go back to that one, and again, we'll probably need to put a new track on that particular storm. Again, that'll be racing to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour itself. Chief Meteorologist Joe Barnes is also in.
All right, Mo. Mo and I got you covered here while we're watching this rotating storm just to the southwest of Madison County. And as Mo's been telling you about the last couple hours, destructive winds. We had a report of a wind gust over 85 miles an hour with this line just about 30 minutes ago. We were watching this one closely, as Mo said, but then this one just spun up right southwest of Madison County. Mo's going to get us a close look at that little hook, that little supercell, which is rotating right now. It looks like it's definitely got a classic hook on it. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but it definitely could spin one up as it moves up to the northeast into Jackson. So if you're watching us in Jackson, here's a look at the timing for this potential tornado. Again, it's radar indicated right now, but it's definitely got some pretty strong rotation. So we're probably looking at Jackson a little before 2 o'clock. So just stick with us. We're going to watch this storm as it does move up to the northeast here over the next 30 minutes. So, Mo, why don't we get in tight in there, and we'll give a couple of communities that definitely need to get into your safe spot. If you're in Hillville, that's go time. You need to go right now into Hillville. It's probably past you now in Dancyville, but I think the center of rotation stays just north of Cedar Chapel. But Hillville, you're just a couple minutes out. So if you are in Hillville, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. And then it looks like maybe over close to Hatchie. It may pass just to the north of Hatchie as well. So tornado warned storm, excuse me, for a little supercell that we are watching just to the south of us. And again, that is going to be very close to Jackson here within about 30 minutes. So again, this environment that you're looking at here hasn't really been worked over much over the last hour or so. So I think we do have enough energy to get this thing to put a tornado on the ground. Mo, let's flip up the velocity. I think we got a new scan maybe on that. And we'll head back over to that circulation so we can try to give people the latest in the Hillville area. As you see the very classic hook here on the reflectivity, and some bright colors on the velocities on the reds and the greens with this storm, which Mo's going to pop up for us here in a minute. So we'll get in on that, Mo. That circulation, yeah, there's could be putting a tornado on the ground here any minute. So we'll get close into this. right here, that's where the tornado would be.
It's on top of Uricaton right now.
Yeah, Uricaton, that's right where we think it is. It is coming right into Hillville. So please, if you're in Hillville, head to your safe spot. Again, we don't have any confirmation. Mo's going to flip up the debris tracker and see if we're seeing any debris showing up with this. But right now, we're just looking at a radar-indicated tornado, but that doesn't mean there's not one on the ground.
Oh,
so,
no.
Well, let's go back a couple of scans,
Let's go back
Mo.
a couple scans before we
because
jump into that.
we're getting a lot. Yeah, because we're getting a lot of other storm action in on this. So I know that it jumped out, looked like a debris ball, but I think we're going to, that's a pretty big area, Mo. I think we'd probably look for a more concentrated area of blue in there. But let's stick on this at least, Mo, till we get another scan. Mo's going to stick on that. I'm going to re-rack some graphics on the other Macs. So, Mo, why don't you keep a close eye on that CC real quick,
yeah,
all
watch
right?
the CC. Going to wait for this next scan to come. Oh, there we go. So new scan comes in. Still a little low. Still starting to circle off, close off here a bit, which is what we don't want to see with that. But that is headed right. This is going right into Hillville right now. So if you are not, you need to get in shelter. So for that, for some safety tips here, that's going to be the most interior room. That's going to be the lowest floor of. There you go. So we've got if you're in a vehicle. Hopefully you're not in a vehicle at this point, but a lot of people are just out and about right now, and this is happening real quick. So you want to find a sturdy building as fast as possible. Interior room. If that has to be a gas station freezer, whatever you have to do to protect yourself, you got to protect yourself from this dangerous storm, which might be trying to put down a tornado real quick in far southern Haywood County. It's not in Madison County yet, but that's close. I'm going to go ahead and move this track up just a little bit to that area where we're seeing a drop in CC, or our debris tracker here, and that's again in Hillville right now. It will be in Hatchie very shortly. You don't have long. 133. Denmark, Community of Denmark, 140. It's right down the street. 145, Huntersville. Jackson, if it holds together, we've got 152. Even here in Jackson, we don't have that much time. So if you're out and about, try to get home as soon as possible if you're listening to us here at this point. I do want to just take another quick gander at the velocity on this particular. Oh man, I'm really hoping to see some of these numbers come down a bit, but that is some very bright green indicated on this. So this is a very strong circulation, basically in Hillville right now. I'm going to double check with the National Weather Service to see if there's any confirmation here at this point. They're still basically going through all the stuff that's happening back to the west in Arkansas at this point. So their eyes are a little diverted now. So we're going to have to go by what we're seeing on radar here on this. We haven't had any confirmation at this point of a tornado. I just moved it again to get some more communities in here for us. We've got, again, Hatchie. It's pretty much going to be there within the next 5 minutes there, it looks like. For Hatchie, Denmark by 141, Huntersville by 146, Bemis 151, Jackson again we're looking at 150, 153. So it's not far, but again this is 120, we're 1:30 in the afternoon. There are a ton of people out and about. So this scan is a little weaker, and that's a good sign. We're not seeing the inflow. The inflow is not nearly as strong, and it's definitely not being met by the rear flank downdraft on the backside. But it is still clearly rotating at this point. But again, we don't have a confirmed tornado, but there's a lot of signs on radar at this point. Again, this is a pretty good shot right into this storm right now, based off of the Memphis radar at this point. So we're going to have to keep treating it as if this is trying to develop a tornado, and especially with so many people out and about on a Saturday afternoon.
All right, Mo. Mo's going to get some other stuff set up. Let's switch Maxes. We do have, again, several storms that are on the way. We can go ahead and pull up Max 2 here, or we can stay on Max 1 if we need to, but we're going to have to zoom in and get a little closer to that. So there's the timing that Mo has drawn up here with the storm. If it continues the same general direction, it will be moving into Max 1. So we're good there, Mo, on Max 2 now. So we've got our rotating supercell southwest of Madison County, and then we've got this destructive bow line as it's going to track up to the northeast. So here's a closer look. Okay, Mo, are we on 1 or 2 right now?
Right now they have 2.
Okay.
2 is up right now.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
all
there
right.
you go.
So here's our supercell thunderstorm, Hillville. It is on top of you right now. You're getting that inflow notch coming in right here. This is where it's trying to rotate north of Cedar Chapel. Looks like it's right in the Hillville area right now. A lot of bright colors. There is significant rotation. May not be tight enough to actually have a tornado on the ground right now, but it is very close. So I wouldn't take any chances. If I was in Hillville, I would be in my safe spot. So as the storm continues to track up to the northeast, here's a look at the timing on that. It does include Mercer, Hatchie, Hillville, Bemis, and possibly Jackson. Looks like after 2 o'clock, if it continues in the same general motion and keeps the speed on it. But the speed's kind of been fluctuating a little bit, so maybe as early as 2 o'clock when it comes in to the Jackson area. But a lot of rotation here. We've got a strong inflow notch and a supercell thunderstorm. So there's a pretty good chance that this continues to be an issue for the next 30 minutes or so as it continues to move up the northeast. Brand new scan north of Hillville. So there's the center of rotation. Very bright colors, strong winds heading into the storm here, trying to rotate. So again, pretty certain that even if this doesn't have a tornado, those are very destructive winds that are with this storm. We can get a closer look, see if we can get some smaller towns to pop up in here along the line. So I'm going to go back a couple of scans where it started and then where it's going now. We'll put a line on here so you kind of have an idea of where we think it's going to go if it continues in the same general direction. So we'll go back a few scans, make sure our line lines up. All right, so right along this line, these are, we'll put that line back up there again, and then we're going to track this line to kind of show you some of the areas where we think it might be going over the next 30 minutes. So, all right, so we got our center rotation there. We'll get in on where it's at right now in Hillville. So this line, as you see there, Bachelorette Road, Highway 138, south of Leeton, north of Denmark. Looks like Huntersville, really close to it. Smith Lane over Hilliard Lane, and then crossing I-40 pretty close to the lower Brownsville Road area, and then maybe heading in to West and North Jackson. So there's a look at our storm as it is moving pretty quickly. Look, Mo, it looks like we're getting an update from the National Weather Service on our tornado warning. So
yes,
I don't know if they're trimming it.
they trimmed up Fayette County out, and then they they kept it as a radar indicated at this point. So again, we don't have any kind of confirmation at this point that it is a tornado yet, but we can tell you for sure on radar that this is a fairly impressive signature that's moving into western Madison County here. Yes,
Again, that's great that they haven't confirmed it yet. We're not seeing a debris product showing up, but what is not good is this is a pretty brutal looking storm, Mo.
Yeah, it's absolutely, yeah. You don't get those colors that bright without something trying to happen at this point.
Yeah, clearly this isn't one to take any risks with as it's coming on through. So we're going to stick with it here.
CC's looking a little bit better on my end over here.
Okay. All right, Mo's going to see if he can find the storm looking to the southwest of us. I'll pull up the CC that Mo was talking about and see if we can find any debris that's showing up in there yet. There may have been something there near Hillville. See that little blue or the white green blob near Hillville, but
yeah.
But it doesn't look super prevalent right now. But again, the debris tracker product is sometimes a little finicky when we're watching it, unless it's quite obvious, like it was the other night when we were in Selmer. So here's a look at that storm. We'll go ahead and pull that up that Mo's got. I'll pull it up here on Max 2. So here is a look looking to the southwest, but it's going to be hard to see because it's wrapped up. What we're looking at, we're going to have to look through the rain core to see it. Yeah. Rain and hail core looking to the southwest.
Yeah, it's always tough looking from northeast to southwest.
If we were southeast of it and had a look, I think it would be a lot easier to see. But basically, we're looking through the storm itself into the rain, which is making it a little bit more difficult to see. So we're still under that tornado watch and flood watch. Those both continue. 7 p.m. on the tornado watch tonight and 7 a.m. on the flood watch. There's our destructive bow line. It's beginning to get close to the Mississippi. We're going to talk a lot about that, but we've got to get through our storm that's just bearing down here in Madison County. It's still a couple minutes out before it moves into Madison County. Still got a pretty classic looking hook on it. The center of rotation, the inflow notch is now, if you're in Hillville, the tornado concern has passed you. I think it stays just northwest of Hatchie. Mercer, it's going to be a close call, but it looks like it's going to stay just north of you. It may not, though. Denmark, Neely. You need to be in your safe spot immediately if you're in Denmark and Neely as this is coming on by. There's a look at the center of rotation. Continues to spin up near Hillville. Again, taking that general track, it's going to be very close to coming into Jackson. If you're watching us in Jackson, you need to stay with us on this storm as it gets a little closer. You've got some time in Jackson. You don't need to run to your safe spot right now, but now is the time to make a plan where you need to be here in about 15 minutes. If it's still rotating, 10 to 15 minutes if it's still rotating and coming into town. So you need to gather up your children if you don't know where they're at. You need to find them, tell them to get home immediately so you can get to your safe spot. You don't want to be out driving around when something like this comes into the city. Very ominous look on our Velocity product here that this is trying to spin up a tornado as it's going to go right over, looks like 138 just south of the Woodland area. So again, tornado not on the ground that we can tell, but there's definitely some things showing up on the CC product that has our attention. Nothing that we can confirm as an actual tornado right now, but we're definitely getting some activity on the CC product. We'll head back here to the Velocity. I kind of want to put this in motion here. We'll give this a 30-minute loop so we can continue to track the actual direction of the spin.
We are also watching.
Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, we're also watching the camera just to make sure. I'm trying to see if I can catch any debris or anything to kind of indicate that this thing is actually on the ground or even trying to be on the ground at this point. But the angle we're looking at it at, it's going to be very difficult to see that. But you can see here on this live shot here out the window here out of downtown Jackson.
All right. Go ahead, Mo. You got more?
No, throat is just, it's about done. We're trying, y'all.
All right, so, all right, we'll get back to Mo here in a minute. Give him a second to catch his breath. There is, what you're seeing here with this storm, we have our inflow notch that's coming in right here. This is our southeasterly winds into the storm. And then on the backside, you've got northwesterly winds coming in behind it. And that's what's creating that rotation that we're seeing right here, very close to the Woodland area that is now moving off to the northeast.
Just a brief update on what's going on back to the west. An entire gas station awning has been collapsed on a patrol car over just in West Memphis. So yeah, this thing is doing some damage back to the west as well already.
Yeah, 80-some mile-an-hour winds. So, non-tornado related winds up to 80 miles an hour. That's pretty unheard of. So
they think this impressive signature coming into Mercer, Tennessee. So they are sort of watching what's going on here as well. But again, they are getting hit live while they're trying to keep our storm warned at the same time. So this is going to be a little close.
Yeah, they got a lot of guys down there at Memphis. But if their National Weather Service office gets hit itself, it's going to be difficult for them to update us real time. But the radar will work, and Mo and I have had a lot of experience tracking radar, so that's what we're going to do here over the next 30 minutes with this storm and about next 15 minutes out as it comes in to the Jackson area. If you're just joining us now, a radar-indicated tornado warning is out. It will be getting very close here to Denmark and Neely over the next few minutes. Maybe Huntersville. You need to be in your safe spot if you're in Mercer, Woodland, Huntersville, Denmark, Neely, and probably start doing that if you're in West Jackson as well as it gets a little closer. Definitely is rotating. We'll go ahead and put another line on this just so we can continue to make sure we're tracking the center of rotation, where it started, where it's going, because sometimes these storms do try to move a little bit as they spin on by. So we want to kind of get that right as it's going to come very close into West and North Jackson on this storm. So again, we'll get back in on our line. There's the rotation. Looks like very close to Denmark. Huntersville, you need to be in your safe spot. And then Hilliard Lane on I-40 over through Van Drive.
The Vine Hill camera used to.
We're going to check and see if our Denmark camera is available to us right now. I know there was one in the system, but there was at least a couple weeks back it was struggling to work. But we'll take a look at it. We do have a lot of cameras here around West Tennessee in our camera network. It's just sometimes they go down if the person in charge of the camera isn't resetting it. We don't have access to them, so we're relying on somebody else. So we got southeasterly winds just into this storm. It's about 2 miles south of the interstate right now. It's going to run just south of the interstate here for another probably 5-10 minutes before I think it crosses I-40. But strong inflow notch here still with this storm. Radar indicated tornado. Lots of rotation, really tightening up right now west of Denmark. So we could see a tornado on the ground any minute with this. There's definitely some intense low-level rotation within this mesocyclone. So again, Denmark, Neely, our north
Denmark
of Denmark,
camera's
Neely.
down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
There's one in South Jackson that appears to be looking for it. I don't have access to bring it up though, but I can tell you that that one does work.
Okay, ugly looking road. This is probably worse than we've seen the last couple of scans with this storm. Looks like it is going to be tracking up to the northeast here, very close into West Jackson with a possible tornado on the ground. We should be getting an update here from the National Weather Service here pretty soon on this storm. If they think it's confirmed, we should be able to see that here on our debris product. Looks like now it's maybe heading closer to West Jackson. Again, we're keeping an eye on that little CC drop area. So Mo, why don't you take over for a second? I'm going to grab some different batteries. I think that's my mic making that sound. Go ahead.
Oh, are you, Pop?
Yeah.
That one was doing that this morning as well.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at what's going on here on Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. Again, looks like there was a little bit of a CC drop there just to the west of Denmark there on that last frame there as it continues to move off. But I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Velocity right quick so I can see where he was at here. And again, that is again pretty close to, or just to the north and west. So this is pretty close to Denmark here as it moves off to the northeast there. Huntersville, it's going to be a close call between Huntersville and West Jackson, depending on where this circulation sort of wobbles. Although, looking back on Max 1 here, it might have occluded based off the reflectivity, which would be a wonderful thing if it occluded here for us. But the reflectivity is singing a different song, so we got two different things going on here. But either way, there's definitely some kind of strong rotation going on along US 70 there. And just southwest of Huntersville. So we'll see on this next scan if that improves or gets any better or weakens a bit here, which we hope it weakens. But the reflectivity is ending. That hook is just not as pronounced. In fact, if you could go back, never mind. Never mind on that new scan. That's that look at that inflow. Oh my, that's not good.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's still very,
very wrapped up at this point. Yeah, there's definitely something very wrapped up in there.
It's east of Woodland now. Looks like if it's right, the tornado would be at Green Road, no MD Walker Road, just north of St. John. You need to take shelter if you're on Huntersville, Denmark Road. It's coming into Algie Neely Road, Vine Hill Road. Going to be very close to you.
Yeah, that's where the camera would have been.
Yep, and then heading into McKenzie Road. I wish we could pull that camera up because it's probably got a heck of a story to tell here in the next few minutes.
Really close to the airport. If you're around the airport, this is very, very close to that, or just west of the airport at this point, as it's and I-40 at that. In fact, I-40 might be what we need to do. Let me pull up the I-40 cams to see if. Like we don't have one that far west.
It's going over I-40, Mo, right?
Yeah, right.
Now,
yeah, it's going to be very close to
I-40,
right around where you would get off for the airport. That's where it's at. If we've got a tornado right now, it's right where you would get off I-40, the exit right next to the I-40 and the airport. That's where this. If we have a tornado right now, that's where it's located.
All right, we'll get another track here on this one, just in case, because it looks like it's almost spinning maybe up a little bit to the north.
I'm going to go ahead and use our downtown camera to turn north just a little bit here.
As it looks like it may even be trying to turn up to the north a little bit, which would be good for downtown Jackson. But if it continues, that it may end up being closer to West Jackson.
Close to home for me.
Yeah.
I'm in North Jackson, so yeah, absolutely.
So lower Brownsville Road, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. Windy City Road along 412 as it gets closer to McLean Road, heading up to the Old Humboldt Road area, Cedar Brook, Young's Crossing, and then possibly up near Three-Way if it continues to spin up to the north like that, Mo.
Whatever it is clearly, we'll bring the camera back up here. I've got downtown Jackson camera pulled back up here. We'll go ahead and go back to Max 1, and I could just kind of show you what's going on here on Max 1 as I pull up the, I usually have to tilt that in order to get it to look straight. But there we go.
Go for it, Mo.
Okay, so basically this is the area of the lowering here. If we've got a tornado, there's a potential lowering of the clouds here. I'm not sure that's quite what we're seeing here. This is Airways Boulevard, or parts of US 70 there. So we're just north of that here. I-40 would be just off the screen, just up here behind the trees, well behind the trees, of course, about 15, 20 miles north of that. So that's basically basically where this tornado is potentially happening. But notice there's just so much rain, we can't really see what's really going on there at this point. But I can tell you, based off of its location on radar, it is very close to the airport at this point, if not basically on top of it at this point. But we haven't confirmed if this is on the ground or not, but every indication is there on radar at this point that we've got something. I can see some, I hope that was lightning that I saw.
Yeah, Mo's going to keep a close eye on the camera for us. Let's head back, get a quick radar update on 2. So, very classic looking supercell thunderstorm. This is unfortunately not what you want to see. You see that that hook that's coming on in. Here's our southeasterly winds. There's where it's trying to spin up a tornado. Looks a lot like the ones we've been watching the last several days. So as Mo said, it's right next to the interstate right now. The center of rotation is very close to Huntersville. Huntersville, you need to be in your safe spot. If not, it's probably too late. West Jackson, North Jackson, you need to start getting into your safe spot as this comes through. Go ahead. If you're watching us on television, you got a cell phone, go to our WBBJ Facebook, our WBBJ News Facebook page. You can watch our live coverage there, or if you have, it's easier for you to access YouTube. You can pull up. We have a live feed on our YouTube channel, or you can access our live feed on our apps, either WBBJ Storm Team Weather or News app. Our live feed on our website, WBBJTV.com. You need to pull those up if you're in West and North Jackson and get to your safe spot if you can't hear us on your TV from your safe spot. So again, radar indicated. There's nothing that we've seen yet that says there's a tornado on the ground. That doesn't mean there is one. We just can't confirm that at this moment as it continues to spin up.
At this point, I'm watching for power flashes. Hopefully, that was lightning I saw earlier. But what I'm particularly watching for is power flashes. That will be a clear indication it's on the ground, and I have not seen that yet. So I'm going to keep an eye on it here. Sure, we've got the camera up on Max 1 if we need to flip to it. But right now, we're going to go ahead and... yeah, the CC's gone, so that's good.
So we're not seeing anything that's showing debris being lifted with this, which is the best radar image that I can show you with what we're dealing with right now, because this is definitely rotating and could drop a tornado any minute, although it may not have. Mo, how about we pull up that cam again one more time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's take a look at that.
We're still looking out to the west. So a second ago, I just saw a bright peach color that showed up there. I'm hoping it was just lightning, but what we're watching for any additional power flashes, and that would be an indication there's at the very least some kind of gust tornado that's on the ground that's trying to develop there. But again, we're not really seeing that. I haven't seen any addition of that to that since I saw it about 5 minutes ago. So, and again, the rotation's still clearly there, but we're not really seeing the CC drop that we saw about 20 minutes ago, which is a good sign at this point. But again, we still think the tornado it was or should have been pretty close to about the airport area there, just off I-40, and now it should be on the north. There you go. So that was lightning on that one. Last time it had a little bit more of a peach color to it, but that time it was certainly lightning, it looked like, there on that last scan. So we'll go ahead and take another look at I'm going to go pull, I think I've got it pulled up here on Max 1 here. We'll go ahead and take a look at velocity again here.
It's looking a little bit better, Mo,
Okay,
over the last couple of scans on the velocity. I mean, there's still plenty of rotation, but compared to what it was looking at
initially,
you know, down near Hillville.
Oh yeah, that was definitely lightning that time. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and go back to Max 2 right now. So we'll go ahead and I'll give an update on that while Mo's setting some stuff up. So we've got our classic little hook on the way here. Winds, rotation about
that was
5 miles west of Jackson. The velocity product is definitely looking better now than it did, I'd say 10 minutes ago. I'll show you the difference. So you see it's not as bright on the red, not as bright on the green. There's still rotation, but definitely not what it looked like about 15 minutes ago.
I'm feeling a little bit better about that because, boy, that was...
Yeah, that doesn't mean that this won't tighten up before it comes into West or North Jackson. We have seen that
several times in this stretch of severe weather. We've seen them where they weaken for a bit and they rapidly tighten right back up. And then we hope that doesn't happen, but that is something we're going to keep an eye on here.
See, watch northeast of Hillville. See those bright colors as it went just south of Woodland. that was a lot more concerning for us, what we were seeing on the radar, than what we're seeing now. So I'm pretty confident in saying if there was a tornado, it has lifted to the west and north of Jackson as it comes through. I'm not saying get out of your safe spot, because you probably want to just play it safe till it comes through, but the radar scans in the last 5 minutes are significantly better than they were over the last 20 minutes or so. As the storm now continues, it'll be very close to three-way. We're going to see if we can get our three-way cam to look at it and see if the Madison County Fire Department's shooting that down towards the storm. But they're going to have the same problem we did here in Jackson as they're looking down through the rain, through the hail core. If we had a camera down into the Toon, Meaden area, looking up into this, or Henderson, I think we could get a much better look at the storm itself.
Actually, the link to that three-way doesn't seem to be working well. But let me also try Midtown Jackson. I'll pull that one up. I'll pull it from my show here real quick.
All right, Mo's going to get that Midtown Jackson one pulled up. Nothing showing up now on the debris product, so some really good news there with that situation. I do want to continue to peek back at the storms off to the west, because we've got new tornado warnings now that do include Crockett County, Haywood County, and sections of Dyer County. And that line probably coming in here within the next 45 minutes or so. Mo, that line was moving what, 65 miles?
It was moving 65 miles per hour, yes.
Okay, it looks like it may have come down speed a little bit, but I'm going to
Okay, yeah, so here's the Midtown Jackson camera. Can't tell which direction it's been turned here, but or is that tilted? I'm trying to see what's going on here. Doesn't seem to have a visual on anything at this moment, but if you could spin that around to if someone's listening to us, that would be from the Watch Coalition. If you could turn that Midtown Midtown Jackson camera back to the west-northwest there, that would be ideal if that can be moved that way.
All right, let me know if they get that fixed, and we'll see what we can look. We do want to update people on this, because this is also coming on in. Here's our next event after the little spinning storm near Jackson. We've got straight line winds. These have had a history of producing up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving 60 miles an hour off to the east. So if you're watching us in Ripley, Dyersburg, New Bern, Trimble, this line is all coming your way. They're currently tornado warned because all the little notches along the line that you're seeing here, each one of those notches may spin up a quick tornado. It's not a supercell type storm, but there is so much energy along this line that's why they've issued tornado warnings for these. So when this gets a little closer, we're going to get in on each one of those little notches and look for some potential rotation spots as they do begin to move into our WBBJ TV county. So there's our tornado warned storm, still an inflow notch, still could try to produce a tornado. It is right on I-40 right now, northwest of Westover. As far as the rotation, it's very broad right now. We've lost some of those super duper bright colors that we had, which is really good, but it is still rotating just west and north of Jackson, heading up. I think it'll be close to Carroll and Three-Way, where the center of that rotation is, but looks, again, a lot better than 15 minutes ago. Mo and I were very concerned that this was going to drop a tornado and impact Jackson. But there's the rotation, again, as we said, north of I-40. Here's kind of the history of it. You know, it's kind of spinning up here even a little bit further to the north as it's lost some of its clout. But still heading up now into northern Madison, into southern Gibson County. You're going to pick up some pretty gusty winds from this rotating storm right now. Again, it may tighten back up, try to produce a tornado as it tracks up to the northeast, but we're not seeing any signs of a tornado. And where you see that, that's Westover. Mo, that doesn't add up at all, I think, with where the storm is. So I don't think that's
not where the storm was at first, no. We've been mentioning that could be starting to get a little bit clearer view here on this. If you could pull up this Midtown Jackson camera, a little bit better view of what's going on off to the, I guess that'd be to the west, or sorry, Midtown. If I can get my bearings correct, that would be looking back off to the west. So a little bit of clearing there. There you go. Thank you. That camera is starting to move a little bit here, so we can kind of see what was going on with that view. And again, not seen any wall clouds, so that's a good thing. I don't see a wall cloud in that view. I'm not exactly sure. It looks like it's back off to the west again. They're looking to the west, which is the right direction for them. So we're not really seeing a wall cloud, so that is a good thing at this point. The National Weather Service was contemplating on reissuing a tornado warning as a mesocyclone is maintaining its strength or even slightly strengthening out. I guess that was at 150, so that was about a few minutes ago. Okay, let's see what they're thinking now. Going to let the tornado warning expire at the boot. Okay, never. That's something completely different.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, we do have some ominous, scary-looking clouds moving into downtown Jackson as well. In fact, let's flip it right over to that here. As we take a look at the West Jackson camera again. And you can see this ominous cloud is really starting to roll right into downtown Jackson here at the moment.
It looks pretty low. That's obviously where if it was going to produce a tornado, Mo, I think that's where it would come.
This
That's probably looking right into that.
Might be the RFD coming back around the backside, and it's probably producing a new shelf cloud is what we're seeing here. So it's developing a new shelf cloud. So this might be capable of producing, let me show you what we're talking about here. So notice this, here's the base of the storm here, and then the lowering is coming down here. This is a shelf cloud that's redeveloping. So I think the circulation is still back behind this, but it's rotating like this in this way. And then on the back side of this is the dry air that's pushing out the back of the storm. And now that's pushing down and down to the south and east towards downtown Jackson. We're starting to see the beginnings of a new shelf cloud developing. That would be a wind, that's going to bring a wind threat with that as that pushes through with it once it gets a little bit better organized. But we're seeing this sort of develop live. In fact, I'm going to turn that camera just a little bit here, and we're going to take a little bit more to the west and southwest here. Get a good look at this as it's coming in here. There you go. As that RFD is sort of rotating back around the backside of this supercell. So a very ominous look for sure. But again, what we're not seeing is a wall cloud. And what we would see for that is a particular lowering. We would see more of kind of a block that comes down here that's rotating tightly right here. Something like that. Not necessarily in this location, but we're not really seeing that. Thank heavens for that. Again, I still think this will be more straight line. And then this is part of the front of that shelf cloud that's moving back towards downtown Jackson at the moment is what we're seeing here.
All right, let's go ahead and re-rack on 2. Mo's going to get some more stuff set up. Mo, great explanation. That was awesome, bud. Here's what we're looking at here in Jackson. We've got our rotating supercell. We've got a strong line of gusty windstorms on the way with some possible spin-ups in the northern section of that line, and then extreme winds on the southern section. So there's a look at the timing as it moves off to the east. We're going to be watching this closely over the next few minutes or over the next hour or so for potential spin-ups at all along this line. It looks like there's a little bit more rotation northwest of Covington. So we're going to be, that's what we focused on once this tornado warning ends, and we think this storm is just going to stay with a severe thunderstorm warning as it moves up to the northeast, and they're going to allow the tornado warning to expire at 2 o'clock. But there's still, we'll see if they do extend it. There's still plenty of inflow into this storm north of Jackson. Again, if you're watching us in Jackson itself, your tornado threat is over with this storm. I think it's going to stick.
Was there any additional rotation on the west? Any new rotation trying to develop?
Yeah, Mo, I got that right here.
That's the other thing. I was like, because this could be a situation where the rotation has split, and we might have something new trying to develop in Jackson. So I hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
But
yep, as Mo was telling you, often these supercells they will stop, they will reorganize themselves, and if they're struggling to produce a tornado, they're going to try to in a different spot. So there's definitely some rotation right over Jackson right now, but I think before it produces another tornado, I think it's probably going to spin up east of town. But you know, I would just these look like strong winds. I would stay in my safe spot as well.
Right now, you can see if you take Max 1 again here, you can see the camera shaking here. You can see the winds you can see the winds starting to shake the camera here. The shelf cloud just went by this camera. If you're looking directly up, you would see where the shelf cloud went by, and now the winds are picking up out of the west. So I think that's what we got going on here. So hopefully it's not trying to spin, but notice the clouds aren't returning the opposite direction in the background. So if this whole thing was rotating, then the clouds would be going back. Let me come on the camera and show you. These clouds would be going back this way while that other one was coming around this way. We're not really seeing that, so that's good. So I think this is just a shelf cloud coming through. The shelf cloud's going by, and now the winds are catching up behind it. So these are going to bring still some very gusty 50, almost 60 mile per hour winds. It's still a severe storm. That RFD can be quite strong. It'll be a colder, a drier wind that'll be coming in on the backside of this storm. Hopefully that is the case. And of course, some of these other anomalies you're seeing here, that's raindrops that are stuck on the lens, and it's giving some impressions that we have funnels, and that's not what's really happening. Unfortunately, it does bring down the quality of the image a little bit, but I don't think that's what we're not looking at a tornado here. So thankfully for that. I'm just going to swing this around just to make sure we're doing our due diligence. Go ahead.
Well, we got a tracker for the timing of the old rotation that we were watching. So Medina, Goat City, Cedar Grove, Howley, Jumbo.
Oh, yeah.
There's a look at the timing of this.
Oh, yeah, that's a shelf.
And then we've got some strong winds, as Mo's showing you here. That's a shelf cloud that you're looking at on Max 1. But do want to get a quick radar update again here with our storm in Madison County. So again, we still do have that inflow notch coming in South Jackson, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did before. But it's still got some strong winds on the way, and we still do have a potential split here. This storm may split. We may get a southern storm and a northern storm. But here's the main concern: if the tornado did try to redevelop, it would be near Oakfield and Carroll. You notice that the tornado warning has been allowed to expire at 2 o'clock, but this is still severe thunderstorm warned for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that still could try to spin up a tornado as it reorganizes itself, as Mo was mentioning. Sometimes these, they look nasty, then they calm down a little bit, and then they get nasty again real quick. So, but there's a look at the rotation up near Carroll, Gilmore. As that moves, it'll pass just south, I think, Medina. If you're watching us in Humboldt, the center of rotation of this is going to miss you. But Cedar Grove, you're going to get some strong winds. And if it does try to spin back on up, I think it could be a problem for Cedar Grove and Clarksburg. But again, just a severe thunderstorm warning on this cell right now as it's moving on through. A little bit of rotation did go through Gibson County also, but not enough to issue any sort of tornado warning. So here's the tracker again on it as it moves up to the northeast, Cedar Grove, Terry, and then maybe Clarksburg on the way for this one. We're going to check back in with Mo. I'm going to start getting some graphics set up for that west line because those are our next line of tornado warnings coming in. Go ahead.
Okay, so got what's left of my voice here again. Now the rain is starting to catch up with that RFD again. We saw the shelf cloud that was going north-south. This again is North Highland right here. That comes right downtown. This is the Jackson Walk right here. And again, this is just a very heavy rain that's pushing its way back on the backside of this thing. The shelf cloud is off to the east. The east would be this way, and that's going to continue to work its way out. And then I'm going to go ahead and flip the camera around to kind of follow that shelf cloud if we can still see that, hopefully, as it's going off to the east here. There you go. So there it is. So that's the shelf cloud that's racing off to the east now. We're looking back over City Hall. Our typical watching the sunrise view, that's where we're at right now. So that's City Hall right here. We've got, you can see that's the edge of the shelf cloud, and it's racing off to the east. And right behind it, we now have the rain that's coming behind my back here, and that's what's pushing to the east. And that was on the back side of the supercell. That's still rotating, but it's pushing northward, which is going that way here. And now we've got this rainfall, the rain that's catching up on the back side of the system after what was the original circulation has moved well off to the north and east. But at this point, we're not seeing any additional or new rotation developing back here yet, but we'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on that. Let's go ahead and take a look at, I'll go ahead and pull our radar up and take a look at the latest scan here while Joe gets his show racked up here. And again, still has that little appendage back there. It's just hanging around. It just wants to hang around there on Max 1 there, but they did drop the tornado warning, so that is encouraging. They don't feel like they don't feel it is warranted enough to continue that tornado warning any longer. Although it's like it might be trying to tighten up a bit on this scan. Let me look at the one before that here. Let me go take a look at that trend here on this Max here. And
it looks like just east of Gilmore.
Yeah,
near Oakfield. It's a little bit tighter now.
And looks like it's trying to tighten back up here. This is going to be very basically. It's going to be. I'm trying to see where. Let's go in tight here and take a look here exactly where we are. Again, so this is New Deal School. If you're familiar with that location, this is east of Three-Way. If you're up in Southwest Carroll County, better get ready. So Southwest Carroll County, if you're Cedar Grove, up along the US 70, probably go ahead and be thinking about getting ready to head to your safe spot. This doesn't look as tight as it was, but supercells are known to do that. They're known to cycle. The environment will support that today if this thing wants to cycle right back up as it continues to move northeast back now into southwestern Carroll County. So if you're in southwest Carroll County, I need you to go ahead and start preparing to possibly need to prepare for something trying to spin up here rapidly once again. And it's not uncommon at all for storms to, for supercells specifically, to really sort of ramp up and spin back up after they weaken. In fact, we probably can see pretty well almost here. I just want to turn that camera back to the northwest here. We're going to look right at the back of that storm here as it's exiting away from us here, and see if we can get a good shot there of that. I'm going to go full.
All right, Mo, let's get that camera pulled up here, and so it's kind of tough to see. Mo's going to get some stuff set up. Let's head back to Max 2 right now. We've got, again, rotation, maybe even some hail trying to show up north of Jackson. But our tornado warned storm right now is this one, which is just north of Covington. You see several notches along that line. That's where the rotation is getting very close to Ripley. Hall's Friendship, I know Ripley had a close call this morning as well. So a lot of rotation here. But to pinpoint the center of it, it's probably around Henning, as it's going to track up to the northeast. A lot of radar contamination here with this radar scan. But right there near Ripley, Henning, that's going to continue to track up to the northeast. We'll try to get one more closer look at here on the main notch that's coming on in. It looks like to 51. So if you're watching us in Ripley, it's now time to get into your safe spot. No confirmed tornado, but radar indicated and a lot of wind. So here's some of the communities that could be impacted by that notch. Ripley, you see curve there, Gates, Halls, Maury City. We all need to watch this very closely over the next 10-15 minutes for new radar scans and any sort of potential tornado. Back to the Jackson storm, as you notice, northeast of Jackson now. If you're watching us in Jackson, there is no tornado threat for you right now, but if you're northeast of this circulation, which does include Cedar Grove, and you notice we're starting to get some reds and greens coming together again, so there's a chance we get this tornado warning issued on this again here pretty soon. Hopefully the next couple scans show less rotation, and then we won't get a warning. But if we get one more that shows anything more interesting or tightening up more brighter colors than that, I think we're going to get a tornado warning again from the National Weather Service. Might be getting a
ragged wall cloud here developing. Let's take back, if you don't mind, can we take?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's take Max 1 real quick. Might be a wall cloud trying to form here. Not 100% positive here, but this might, if you look closely here, this entire thing is sort of rotating just a little bit. So this might be what we were looking at on that velocity scan. So this is what's coming into Carroll County. We're looking back directly off to the north and east here, and this whole thing might be rotating very, very slowly, but I can potentially see this becoming a bit of a wall cloud as it continues to move, and that's usually a precursor to a tornado, by the way. A wall cloud, it's usually aloft. It doesn't mean it's a tornado yet, but it's a precursor to one, and that might be what we might be seeing trying to form here. This is looking from downtown Jackson, looking directly northeast there towards right up Highway 70 here and making its way into southeastern Carroll County. If we can go ahead and go back to radar here so we can sort of confirm basically what we're seeing, what we may be seeing here.
Mo, I got a tracker on this. If you are watching us in southwest Carroll County, as Mo was saying, here's the main area of rotation with this. Right there's what Mo was showing
that's
you.
definitely spinning.
So it may, again, it looked pretty high up in the sky, but the lower it gets, the more concerning it will be for us. So there's a look at the timing for Clarksburg, Howley, Lost, Cedar Grove. Again, this is not tornado warned storm right now by the National Weather Service, but it is showing plenty of rotation. And we think if we get another radar scan that looks any worse than the one we're looking at right now with the next one, we probably will get this upgraded back up to a tornado warning. But still 60 probably mile-an-hour winds. It still has a severe thunderstorm warning tag with a tornado possible. So there's the area of rotation with that. We'll try to get back in here and get here's it looking at it from a different radar. You still see the greens and the blues coming together. So definitely still rotating there. We're northeast of Jackson as it slides by. So if you're watching us in Jackson, Humboldt, Luray, this is not going to impact you. But if you're watching us again in Cedar Grove, Clarksburg, possibly Huntington here in about 20 minutes, if it continues to spin up, we're going to keep an eye on it. So there's the area of rotation. Again, it's not tight enough for the tornado warning. That's why the National Weather Service hasn't issued one yet. And I believe they probably got several people that are spotting this, keeping an eye on it for them, because if you're southeast of this storm, it would be pretty easy to see, I think, if there was a tornado on the ground east of Oakfield. So there's the big picture of the rotation tracking just north of the interstate. So I think any sort of tornado that would try to spin up still, I think it's going to stay north of I-40 with this, as the storm is northeast of Jackson. But right there is where the rotation is, where you see the greens and the reds that come together, and it's going to be a close call. If you're in Cedar Grove, although you're not under a tornado warning, I may just try to seek shelter as it comes by, just to play it safe, just in case it does drop a tornado. But it looks like the center of rotation's right there on 70, heading into Cedar Grove. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado. Could be heading that way. Again, nothing that we're seeing on the radar or storm spotters have confirmed a tornado. Mo and I are just a little bit concerned about the rotation. We'd rather play it safe than sorry for some of our communities when there's a rotating storm heading into your way.
Especially in the environment that we're dealing with. We know how capable the environment is of supporting that kind of development. I hope and pray that that's not what we have going on here. But it looks like it's breaking up quite a bit, so it doesn't look nearly as organized.
Mo, this is the west storm. I'm over here in Ripley. I was trying to.
I apologize.
Yeah, trying to set some graphics. Let me get back to the other storm, that Mo, so we can comment on it. Go ahead, Mo.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. But anyways, we had, looks like that rotation's broadening up a little bit. Remember, it was a little tighter on that last couple scans here. That's when it really looked scary. But now, on that latest scan, plus what we're seeing on visually, it might be breaking up just a little bit compared to what it was.
You're up on one, Mo. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, so we still have a broad rotation here at this point. Excuse me, in northeastern, this is far northeastern Madison County. This is the boot hill, if you would, of Carroll County. And again, what we were looking at on, I'm just going to bring the camera right back up here. I believe that, again, not nearly as impressive as it looked earlier, but don't get me wrong, that's ominous looking, right? Look at those very dark clouds. That was the original shelf cloud that's been pushing to the east there. And this was something that might have been trying to briefly rotate. We had this entire area sort of spinning. And again, we're looking off to the northeast here, off towards, we're looking in this direction to the northeast, and that's now almost over to Henderson County. This is the Henderson County line, and there we go. So the new scan just came in. It looks a little weaker here on this scan. So basically, it's the inflow side of it's just south of Cedar Grove here, and to the far southwestern portion of Carroll County at this point, as it continues to work its way to northeast. The National Weather Service, I did let them know about the rotating wall cloud, so we'll see what they decide to do on this storm as it continues to work off to the northeast. But at this point, it's not looking as bad as it did about 10 minutes ago when it was a little bit further west here in Madison County. So hopefully the threat for tornado is sort of diminishing and hopefully done for this particular storm. Unfortunately, we do have several hours, a few more hours to get through before we're ultimately going to get back over to some more calmer and quieter weather. But of course, we still have all the rain and that bow echo, which we probably need to go ahead and take a look at, see if it has weakened or falling apart at all.
A little bit, Mo. It definitely, the bow echo does not look as rough as it did when it was west of the Mississippi. So you can go back and see, look at how bright it was on Max 2. Look how bright it was, the reds, right? When we're approaching the Mississippi River, that's when we had those up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. And you notice now it's lost a lot of the color. The main storm of concern for severe weather with this bow right now is probably from Mason northward to Ripley, and that's where our area of rotation is trying to get going, close to the Halls area. So if you're watching us in Halls, folks, Friendship, probably want to get in your safe spot. I'm not seeing anything that's saying there's a tornado on the ground, but this is the area that has been trying to spin up along the northern edge of that bow. And again, as Mo was saying, the atmosphere is really charged up, so things could happen pretty quickly. The main concern for rotation is right there, southeast of Ripley now. Woodville heading into the Fork of Deer area, but it's very broad. We're not seeing those super duper bright colors right now on the radar, but that's the main area of concern, which eventually will be coming in to Maury City. We'll get a tracker on this. If you're watching us in Maury City, looks like here's the timing for you if it continues in the same general direction and if it continues to spin as it comes by. But the line looking a lot better than it did just about an hour ago. So you notice there's kind of two areas of the line. The northern section here is the one that's rotating, and down here, the southern section, that's more of a straight line wind line that's coming into Oakland, Somerville, Whitetail, maybe Bolivar. There's also, again, a section right in the middle near Mason that's coming into Hillville, Meaden. So there's multiple areas along this line that we think are producing probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. The overall tornado threat on this line looks pretty minimal at this time. Meteorologist Jordan Hubbard is also in the building now. So Mo, myself, and Jordan are all going to track this line as it comes on through for you folks in the next hour or two. We're really expecting the severe storm threat to weaken over the next couple of hours, but we've still, I think, got at least an hour of dealing with some possible severe weather along this line as it comes through. Again, just the one tornado warning. Our storm back in northeastern Madison County right now, not as impressive as it was, obviously, 45 minutes ago when we got the tornado warning. There is still a little bit of rotation we're watching near Cedar Grove, but severe thunderstorm warnings out till 2:45. There is no longer a tornado warning with this cell, but it still does have some broad mid-level rotation, especially around Cedar Grove. So again, if you're watching us in Jackson, this is past. It's not a problem for you, as it looks like it's now moving into southern Carroll County. So away from Gibson County as well. So Howley, Jumbo, Clarkburg. Looks like the center of rotation will stay just south of Huntington, we think, with this storm. And there's no tornado on the ground with it currently, but we're keeping a close eye on it. As the storms move to the east today, I believe they're going to be weaker, especially once they get east of Madison. I think when the storms get east of Madison, as well as Hardeman County, we're really going to see them falling off and weakening pretty quickly. So again, if you're Jackson westward, I think your chance for some severe weather is a lot higher with this line as it's going to come on through. All right, I'm going to head back up here. Let's get a look at that western line that we're watching. Again, we got the one tornado warning. Hey, thanks for sticking with us, by the way, folks. This is 4 days in a row. I know this has had to been hard on everybody in West Tennessee. We had tornado warnings last night around 4 or 5 in the morning that people had to get up for into Gibson County, and we're doing it again in Gibson County as this line's about to come on in. So about 12 hours ago, 12 hours now. We're almost through this, all right? We just got a couple more hours of our severe weather before things calm down, and then we're going to have to take a big picture at the flood problems that I think are really an issue in some areas. But so here's our line. Extending very close to Nutbush up through Halls. Folks, Dyersburg, you're on the northern edge of this tornado warning, we'll keep a close eye of the rotation. But here's the main concern for a spin up right now. It doesn't look too interesting, but there's definitely some rotation in that area just to the northwest of Nutbush. There's some minor rotation up on the northern section of this line, but I don't think you're in for any sort of tornado in Dyersburg, although you're kind of right on the edge of that tornado warning. Friendship, this area of rotation is probably going to stay south of you. It looks like it could be a bigger problem for Maury City if, again, it starts to rotate a little bit more. Currently, it's pretty minimal on the rotation, but that's the only area inside this tornado-warned polygon right now that even gives me the slightest concern. So it's right there. It's going to run up north of Nutbush and then over into Maury City. Down south, this looks like straight line winds, but we're still seeing some bright colors. There's probably still some 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. I just don't think they're 80 like they were earlier as they were approaching the Mississippi River. But these are coming in quickly into Hillville, Somerville, Williston, and then probably about 20 minutes out, they'll be getting closer to Whiteville and Hickory Valley. This is probably 60 coming into Stanton as well. And again, Hillville, and eventually this is coming into Madison County. Here's the Madison County line again, so probably about 20 minutes out before we get another round of thunderstorms coming in to Madison and probably Jackson as well. So up north, there's our area of spin up there, but you notice there's still a couple other little notches along this line that are going to be moving off to the east, so we're going to watch this entire little northern section of the line for any possible little spin ups. But there's the one that's, again, gives us the most concern. All right, let's update you on the storm that did go through Jackson into the Cedar Grove area. That is now moving up to the northeast. Definitely some rotation with this, so we're going to watch it. It's still got some bright colors, so I wouldn't be surprised if we popped another tornado warning with this one as it moves up to the northeast, but they're going to need to see a little bit more than that on the radar scan. But that's why we said probably be in your safe spot if you're in Cedar Grove till it passes. as I said, sometimes it can spin up even between radar scans. The radar scans not every second. You know, you get an update every minute or two, and sometimes the radars can miss things in that just couple minute span. But definitely has more rotation on it now than it did about 5 minutes ago. So again, if you're along 70 as this races up to the northeast, you may want to head to your safe spot. If not, watch us very, very closely, because we could be getting a tornado warning issued with this at any minute again. So it just keeps trying to recycle. It'll try to drop a tornado, then it'll try something else. It's just going through all of its tricks. It really wants to try to produce a tornado, but hopefully we can continue to fight that off as it moves up to the northeast. So there's a look at the center of rotation near Cedar Grove with that storm that did come past just north of Jackson. But I think the main area of rotation is going to be very close to Clarksburg, probably stays just south of Huntington by a few miles as it comes on by. So we'll watch it. Here's another radar look at it. It doesn't look as good when we're not using the Memphis radar. We're going to hopefully pull that up here now. I'm going to pull that up on our Camden radar. I think it's close enough that we should be able to get a decent look at it from our Camden radar. So I'm going to do that right now, and we'll see what we can get with the Camden radar. So the Camden radar, it's getting close. It's a little bit out. It's not really picking up any rotation on the Camden radar, which is good. And maybe a little bit of hail, though, coming in from Macklemoresville down through Cedar Grove. So good news is if the radar out of Camden's closer to it. So I think if there was some significant rotation that was showing up, the Camden radar would do the best to pick it up. Memphis radar is a little bit far away, so that's probably why it's not... or that's probably why it's showing a little bit more rotation, because it's looking higher up into the storm. All right, back to our tornado warned storm. We haven't forgot about you in Carroll County. We'll get back to that here in a couple minutes, all right? But we do have more of an inflow notch showing up with this storm here north of Nutbush. So there is a look at that rotation there, right in the Tulan area, close to Forkadeer, and maybe Elmer if it continues to track up to the northeast. So definitely some rotation. I don't see, again, a tornado on the ground with this, but it's got an inflow notch, and it's definitely rotating a couple miles north of Nutbush as it tracks off to the east. And these are fast-moving storms along this line. They're moving up still close to 60 miles an hour. That's the thunderstorm itself, and then the winds gusting out in front of it are pretty close to around 60 as well. These may be stronger straight-line winds down south. So the southern section, the straight-line winds may be stronger, but the tornado threat is less. That'll be heading into Hillville, Whiteville, Hickory Valley, Somerville, Williston, and then into Madison County here. This is probably the strongest wind section along this entire line. As you notice here near Stanton. So heading into Hillville, Meade, I think you got some strong winds, probably about 30 minutes out coming into Meade, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. All right, up north here, again, Dyersburg, you're no longer under that tornado warning. It looks like they've trimmed it down a little bit, but it does still include Friendship. But it's that notch right there that's going to track very close to Alamo, maybe here in about 20 minutes. So if you're watching us in Alamo, you need to watch this. It may track a little north, somewhere between Maury City and Alamo. Kind of depends on where that area of spin up tries to continue. Notice we're even looking at it. Possible rain wrapped little donut there, so we need to keep a close eye on that one. All right, quick up. I do want to check in on this storm again. It's got the two little inflow notches, and we saw some decent rotation last time I looked at it. This is all pretty broad. This is good. It's not as tight, this scan, as the one that we looked at before, so we're not going to get a tornado warning on this, at least for a few minutes. They obviously will need to see more radar data, because this is not enough to issue a tornado warning, so that's good. But it will, again, track south of Huntington, north of Clarksburg, that area of rotation. It probably still some pretty strong winds, maybe some hail mixing on in with this as well. I know you see a lot of bright colors, but they're just not, we're not seeing the reds and the greens right next to each other right now in bright enough color to issue that tornado warning. Cedar Grove, it's now past you. It's just to about a mile to the northeast of you in Cedar Grove, but you need to watch it closely as it comes into Huntington, Clarksburg, and Wildersville. You probably got some gusty winds coming in to your area. I think the main gust front stays just north of Lexington. It's going to get windy in Lexington, but I think the main concern for severe winds is going to pass just to the north of you. You notice that on this radar. Again, you'll probably get some 30-40s into Lexington, but if there's any severe thunderstorm winds, I think they're going to be closer to Wildersville and then up into Carroll County. That was an old scan. Not seeing anything on the debris that would make me think that there's a confirmed tornado with this. Meteorologist Jordan Hubbard is with me as well in the Storm Team Weather Center. Jordan, say goodbye to, or say hi to everybody. Hopefully we don't have to say goodbye to anybody here soon. Do you got some stuff pulled up, or you need another minute?
I could use another minute. I do have an update. The cold front is on our side of the Mississippi River, folks. So we're almost there. The light at the end of the tunnel is here. It's east of Dyersburg. It's still not quite to the Crockett County line, but Halls and Ripley right on top of you, Covington. Cold front's right there. We're almost done, folks. We're going to be able to start trimming people out very, very shortly.
All right, and I want to give a huge thanks to Mo. Mo has been in here for now about 12 hours because Mo had to come in early when those tornado warnings started popping up that meteorologist Brian Davis was covering for those of you that got up around 4 o'clock in the morning. And if you don't remember, Mo was sick a couple days ago, and he's put on his time. So we are very lucky here at WBBJ to have the team we have with Mo as well as Brian and Jordan. So we're almost through this. Got a couple more hours, but we need to stay focused for just a couple more till this line passes on through. So Brownsville, you got some pretty strong winds, it looks like, on the way coming for you. Eventually these are coming into Hillville, Meaden, and Stanton. Again, no confirmed tornado on this tornado warning to the north of us, but you still do see some little inflow notches trying to get going in that northern line. So this area is the one that's been trying to rotate the last couple of hours. The southern portion of this line has been doing more, has less rotation and more straight line winds. It looks like there could be some hail. We'll get close in on that one, just showing up northwest of Clarksburg. That's in Scott Hill area, heading over into Tate and Hilliard. So that just popped up in one scan. So yeah, probably got some hail coming into Hilliard, maybe Buena Vista. It probably stays just south of Huntington. But if you're a couple miles south of Huntington, looks like you probably have some large hail that is on the way. We'll see if it shows up again on another scan, but maybe we'll get a different radar taking a look at it. Yeah, so it's showing up on a couple different radars. Let's see if our Camden radar can pick up that hail core as well. That is beginning to show up. So yeah, it's showing a couple different hail cores actually. It's got one southwest of Jumbo, and then it's got the one coming into Scott Hill and Leach. So all the radars showing that there is some hail there, probably up to at least nickel size, maybe quarter. But if they determine it's quarter, they will issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the hail as well. But again, that storm does have a severe thunderstorm warning tag on it for hail and wind. It does not have a tornado warning, but there's definitely some rotation in there. So can't rule out this one getting a tornado warning tag. Every time we look at it, one scan looks pretty ominous like this one, and the next one looks better. So, but definitely concerning storm that we're still going to monitor, although it doesn't have a tornado warning on it. But if you're in Clarksburg, probably just want to head to your safe spot to be safe. Again, the center rotation will stay south of Huntington, and then probably even south of Brewston, and then tracking south of, it'll be close to Camden if it keeps the same general motion that it has been taking, but probably more of a holiday concern than Camden right now. But there's a look at it from the Memphis radar. We're kind of losing any sort of rotation from the Memphis radar as it's so far away. That's why we've got our Camden radar, because once those storms get into that area, look how far it is from the Memphis radar. It's pretty much does very little for the people in Carroll County, as well as people over into Henry and Benton County. The radar is just too far away. But that's why we got our extra way of looking at it here at WBBJ, that we have our exclusive rights here in West Tennessee to that Camden radar, and we're going to use it every time we can. So again, pretty good news. I tracked this out where this is coming south of Camden for you guys. And here's the center of rotation. I'm thinking this is probably the general direction. So if you see your community here, you're probably going to be dealing with some gusty winds, and can't rule out a tornado as it comes on through. So if you're in Holiday, Dollar, Westport, you need to stay with us while we're watching this storm coming on through. So before we get to Jordan, I do want to get back up here to our western storm, which is still a bow echo. You say, what is a bow echo? Well, it looks like a bow, right? So you see this bowing structure that comes from Dyersburg down through Memphis. Typically, bows produce very strong straight line winds. sometimes hail and sometimes spin up tornadoes. But what they do is bring 60+ mile an hour winds. Sometimes a bow echo can turn into what we call a derecho. I don't think we're going to get that with this one, but this is probably 60 mile an hour winds. We're about to see a new severe thunderstorm, I'm almost certain, which is going to include more areas, Milan, Jackson, Bolivar, as the line gets a little closer. There may even be a little bit of hail core showing up into the middle, but it looks like pretty heavy rain. Jordan, are you ready for a quick update?
I do have an update. So our tornado warning is expired as of 2:30. So no tornado warnings active in West Tennessee right now. They are going to replace that very shortly, the tornado warning. They're going to issue a downstream severe thunderstorm warning. We're also getting another severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Benton, and Henry County. They said they're going to take that all the way to the state line with Kentucky very shortly. But I'm getting another update that they may be, they're considering adding a tornado warning to the apex of the Boeing segment.
Okay, yeah, that's where it also looked like there may have been some hail on that one too. So definitely concerning. So that's probably right there in Brownsville, I think. So let me see if I can get some hail to show back up on that radar that I was looking at. So right there at Brownsville's where there could be some hail. That's also where we may get a tornado warning issued. So if they do issue a tornado warning right on the center of that bow, it will include us here in Jackson. But you said they're just considering that right now, right?
Right. I do also have we do have the new severe thunderstorm warning in for Benton, Carroll, Henderson. It includes Wildersville, but it's going to pass you very quickly. Clarksburg, Brewston, Camden, Holiday, New Johnsonville. Our phones are going off.
I believe that's for the severe thunderstorm warning. They probably have enhanced tag on the severe thunderstorm warning for winds over up to 70, maybe even 80.
It hasn't populated in Max yet, but I will see. No, that's actually a considerable flash flood warning. Let me get the wording on that. Emergency management reported thunderstorms producing 1 to 3 inches of rain. An additional rainfall of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is currently ongoing.
All right, what locations, Jordan?
It's big. Almost all of eastern Arkansas, Benton, Carroll, Chester, Crockett, Dyer, Fayette, Gibson, Hardeman, Hardin, Haywood, Henderson, Lauderdale, McNary, Madison, Shelby, Tipton, Weekly.
All right, so everybody.
Everybody but Obion and Lake.
Wow. All right, as I said, when we're done with the storm threat, we're going to really have to focus in on the flood concern because I think it's going to be a big problem. All right, so we've got our rotating storm, probably some hail there. We'll get back to that here in a second. We've got that new severe thunderstorm warning, does include Camden, not a tornado warning. There are no tornado warnings right now, but what there is a very strong line of winds, which is on the way from Dyersburg down into Memphis. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include Bolivar, Jackson, and Milan. Jordan, what's the wording on the max wind speeds from the National Weather Service? I'm probably thinking about 70, they're saying, up to 70 mile an hour gusts with that.
Give me just a second. It's struggling to query.
All right.
But I can pull it up from the Weather Service themselves.
Yeah.
We've got, it's a bare minimum severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour gusts and quarter size hail.
All right, so they're saying just up to 60 mile an hour gusts. That's good because the last time they issued this for this line, they had it up to 80 mile an hour winds. All right, so a little bit of rotation near Maury City. We got a couple different notches along that. Couple little notches here on this line. We should be able to look off to the west, I believe, and see this as it gets a little closer to Jackson. It's still a ways out. Meteorologist Jordan Hubbard's going to try that. But what you do see on the southern section line, you really don't see those notches, which is where we look for possible spin-up tornadoes. So our tornado threat's not zero. I think it's just pretty minimal along this line right now. But what isn't minimal is going to be these winds that are on the way. But these very strong winds here from Johnson Grove, Maury City, Bells now down through Jones. So this is coming in out of Fruitvale, Gadsden, Coxville, Adair. This is probably about 5-10 minutes out. Looks like we've got some strong winds coming into Humboldt here as well. But the worst of it may be just south of Humboldt with those winds with this storm. But again, anywhere along the front, the leading edge of this could have some isolated 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Colors are a little brighter when we're getting south here, which means stronger winds. That's Hillville, Woodland. It's on the way in Woodland. It'll be there in the next minute or two. And then down south, Whiteville, Tune. So here's a look at that wind line as it's coming through. So Jordan, how fast did they say this storm was actually moving?
Is moving due east at 45 miles per hour.
All right, so I'm going to get a tracker along this entire line, sections of it. So let's start up here with these communities, Mead and Tune. So there's a look at the timing for you guys on this line, which includes Bolivar, again, Mercer, Pinson, Silerton. So that's that area along the line with the timing. The northern line, let's time that out as well. We'll go down from Friendship to Hillville coming into Jackson. So here's the timing for the northern line. So that's Hillville, Alamo, Humboldt, three-way, Jackson right around 3 o'clock, Medina 3 o'clock, Pinson maybe around 3:08. So again, we'll zoom this out. Got this big severe thunderstorm line which is on the way. The entire line itself traveling at 45 miles an hour. And if it continues, you'll notice places like Henderson could be 315, Fenger 322. So Hornsby's also on that list, and Gadsden, Whiteville. So pretty intense line of storms that is on the way. Here's a look at the camera. We are looking off to the west of Jackson, and it looks like you can kind of see this shelf cloud, which is on the way. I think that's it off in the distance. It's still, again, a ways away. Actually, this is looking south, Jordan. Can you spin that? Yeah, here we go. Go back to the west. So keep going.
It's lagging behind.
Oh,
the touch.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's off to the west. So it looks like it's still a ways away before we can pick it up on our camera. But we're going to continue to watch the camera to see if we can see that. As again, it showed you that how close it is to us right now. It's going to be here around 3 o'clock in Jackson. That's about 25 minutes or so. All right. So here's the latest. If you're just now joining in, we have a tornado watch. That's out until 7 p.m. The flood watch remains in effect until tomorrow morning. So we had a rotating supercell go right through Jackson. No reports of any damage or a tornado from it that we've seen from the National Weather Service. If you do have any reports, you can send them to us or the National Weather Service. Again, we like reports because sometimes we can only look and see what we see on radar. That doesn't mean we know what's happening at your house. So if you get wind or storm damage like we did the last couple of days, please try to send us a message here at WBBJ or contact the National Weather Service or the emergency management people if you'd rather let them know, so that we can have some ground truth to what we're seeing. But bright reds on the way, strong winds coming into Jackson. I would not be surprised if we got some 50, 60 mile an hour straight line winds in Jackson with this line as it comes through at about the top of the hour. So a lot of still borderline notches up north. That's where we're looking for a possible spin up. This is just straight line winds, I think, all the way down to Woodland. But here's the Madison County line. It's coming into Madison County in the next couple of minutes. Down south, the line's a little less prevalent, but it is still producing some strong winds that'll be heading into the Whiteville area. So we'll get to the velocity. Again, what this shows is the wind speeds within that front line and are any possible rotations. Rotation looks minimal, but some pretty intense winds associated with this line now moving from Alamo down through Bells, heading into Woodland right now, and some real bright colors around Hillville. So those could be 50+ mile an hour gusts as well on the way. So that line again extends all the way down south. Watching this in Hillville, coming into Meaden, and then Huntersville. We'll get a loop of the how close it is getting into Jackson too. So we'll continue to watch this. Again, this is 30 minutes. Look how far this storm has moved in 30 minutes. So it kind of tells you how fast it's actually moving. We'll get a ruler on the front edge of this, okay, and then go back to where it started, which is about here. So in about 30 minutes, the storm's moved, 20 some miles. And so we are now 15 miles to Jackson. That's 10 minutes. The storm will be in Jackson here in about 10 minutes. So maybe even a little West Jackson, 10 minutes, may be closer to 3 towards the east side of town. But it's on the way. So I know if you said, oh, the first one missed us, we're good. Well, you need to stay inside until this one passes as well, because this storm itself is also producing some pretty intense winds, although it may not drop a tornado down. All right, we are going to head to general programming on CBS. I believe we have the, is it March Madness?
I believe it's the Final Four starts tonight.
All right, so we're going to head to the Final Four on CBS since there are no longer tornado warnings here in West Tennessee. If you're watching us on CBS and you want to continue our weather coverage, you can go to any of our live platforms or you can turn over to ABC right now. So we'll say goodbye to CBS. ABC is still on. All right, enjoy the basketball. All right, so here's what we are watching again, that line. up to the north from Trenton down through Humboldt as it comes through. So gusty winds along that line for sure, but very minimal rotation we're watching as it looks like it's going to come through. We haven't looked at the Huntington storm in a while, so let's get a look back at that one.
Camden radar is picking up some gnarly hail. We've got some blacks and whites starting to pop up on reflectivity, which is generally a sign of some large hail, but we can cross-reference it with a couple other radars, and it's not picking up as intense returns, but still that close to the radar. We're looking at some pretty large hail coming into probably Benton County here within the next several minutes.
Yeah, I see just east of Hilliard, that's that hail core we've been watching for a while. Look at how it jumped the radar from one scan to the next. So it basically moved the hail core in one scan 7 miles. So that's, and it's moving to the northeast. So if it continues to do that again, Buena Vista, Robinson, you've got some hail on the way. It probably stays just south of Brewston. But again, it kind of depends on what radar we're looking at picking up on that hail. Let me get back to that storm. All right, there's also a little bit of a notch down here, but again, the rotation looks pretty weak currently with this storm. So we'll be more concerned with the hail, which is coming into Buena Vista, Robinson, and again, stays, it looks like, just south of Brewston. But we'll look at the velocity. I haven't checked it out in a couple of scans. It's still bright, but pretty broad. Again, look at the difference between the two radars. So one radar is picking it up about 6 miles away from the other. All right, we just finally caught up on the radars, because I feel terrible for the people in this area, because your radar, it's just a dead zone up there, and it's tough to get an accurate reading. But that's why, again, we've got our Camden radar to try to do better we can, try to do the best we can detecting storms in your area. So I'll go ahead and take a quick look at that Camden radar to see if we're seeing anything that looks like it's jumping out to us that is going to be concerning from what we're seeing on the other ones. So definitely some winds you see there coming on in on with the velocity product, and then the hail. We should be able to get some pretty good readings of the hail, as Jordan was saying. So there's a closer look at, I think, where the hail is. So it may get as far north as Brewston on that hail. But I think the bigger stuff's Buena Vista heading down into Robinson. There's a secondary hail core possible heading into Dollar. So again, it's good that we do have this radar, because look how much more accurate this is than if the detail you get from the Camden radar when it gets close compared to either the Memphis radar or the Paducah radar. So they just don't look at. So there's Paducah, and then Memphis, and then we're also getting the radar out of Fort Campbell's popping up on that too. So, and then watch what happens when we turn on our Camden radar, how much better image we get when we get a little closer. So that's why we can really improve our accuracy in your area with that radar. All right, I do want to check back on our cam. I think we got it facing off to the west. So we'll see if we can see that line of storms that looks like it's coming on in. As we've been saying, though, this entire line is going to weaken as it moves off to the east. The conditions are less favorable, especially when you get east of Jackson for these storms tonight. So I think our severe thunderstorm threat's probably only going to continue for another hour or two tonight, because this line is racing through. But we still do have that tornado watch out. It's out till 7. So again, we're probably going to see this canceled or expired early. But we've still got at least another hour or two of dealing with this gusty wind line. But it's moving so fast. So this is a 3-hour loop. So in 3 hours, it's moved to Madison County, and it was even off the map. So the whole line's moving about 60 miles an hour. So, and when this line is through, this is the end of our severe weather, is this Bose section that's going to come through. So that's probably going to be around 4 o'clock. I think we'll be wrapping up our severe weather threat, maybe closer to 4:30, but we'll see. So here's our line. Got a couple little notches. I mean, I have to reset the radar every few minutes because it's moving so fast. It's coming into Huntersville right now. It is currently into Madison County with that line down south. It's not as impressive when you get south of Whiteville. You're getting to a section of the bow that's just not as strong with the winds, but this is coming into Humboldt right now. You got a couple minutes till the gusty winds are coming into Humboldt. Then Gibson three-way, you're probably about 5 minutes out before it gets a little closer. But you do see some bright colors. I'm not seeing anything tornadic along this wind line. But 50, 60 mile an hour straight line winds not out of the question. So you're going to want to stay away from windows. When you start hearing those winds pick up, they're going to start howling. That's the wind line, which will be coming on in. Behind it, looks like things are still going to be breezy, but the main concern for winds is going to be right along the leading edge of this line, which, again, I'm going to back this up because by the last time I had these graphics, it's already pretty much out of the area. So that'll be Meaden, Pinson coming in close to Jackson with that. So, Jordan, you got anything on that line that you think I'm missing or that we need to try to tell people about?
It looks like it's calming down, actually. It hasn't looked like it's intensified anywhere along the line, which will pop up velocity just to see how strong the winds are. And again, this is going to be a scan that's aloft, but still, if any of this tries to mix down to the surface, we could be dealing with some pretty gusty winds, especially right into Huntersville, where you see this peach color starting to come in along I-40. We can give you a little click on the query tool with that, and that's going to be 73 miles per hour. Now, that's still high up into the cloud, but still, 73 mile per hour winds are possible with this storm.
All right, and as Jordan was saying, that is when you're not looking down at the surface, so you usually get higher readings a little bit. So I'm not saying there's a 73 mile an hour wind gust coming in, but there definitely could be probably 50, 60. It's still severe thunderstorm warned for those sort of winds. It's also got some very heavy rain. We want to switch back here to max 1, or max 2, I mean, sorry about that. I'm used to being on 1. So here's a look at our line. Look at it, it's racing. It's on the way here in Jackson, going to be coming by in the next couple of minutes here. So down south, again, this is not as impressive. I think you're okay down in Bolivar, Hornsby for any sort of severe thunderstorm winds. We've got a couple little notches we're watching. Still can't rule out a spin up. Not likely, but can't rule out a spin up along the line, which now is heading up very close to the Humboldt area. So here's a look at the wind line. Knocking on the door for you here in Trenton, maybe 40 mile an hour, 50 tops, I think, up north. These aren't the brightest colors along the line, but it is still going to be gusty as it comes through. It's a little bit stronger down into Humboldt. You could have a 50 mile an hour gust maybe as it comes on by, and then the strongest winds probably in this section right here, which will head into Windy City up north, and then a little bit further south. We've also got some winds down in the Neely area. Again, these are probably about 10 minutes out before they come into Jackson. But the general look when we put this into rotation is it has lost a little bit of the wind speeds, but definitely enough that it should still have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. You notice there are still some bright colors. What you're seeing out in front of the line is probably things like bugs, a little bit of debris, some dust, maybe even some small sticks. So that's what you're seeing out in front of the main line. That's not rain, that's actually debris, bug sticks, maybe birds that are riding the front. You can see it real well here to the southwest of Jackson, out in front of the line. So, but the main thunderstorm line about to move into Humboldt with some strong winds. Again, not 80 like it was when we were watching the storms a couple hours ago as they were moving into the Mississippi River, but still some pretty strong winds. So you still got a few minutes if you're in Milan, Medina, Jackson before the wind line shows up. Jordan, what you got?
I've got the downtown cam pulled up. We're starting to see a shelf cloud roll into town. Also starting to see some lightning off to the west with this storm, so it's getting closer. Now that we can see the shelf cloud, you just understand once that shelf cloud gets on top of you, it is going to get very windy very quickly. It's probably going to stay for a couple of minutes, but again, with shelf clouds, linear systems, these are usually moving quick enough where it's going to produce some strong winds for about 5 to 10 minutes, and you'll get the cold front's not actually too far behind this. So once you see this shelf cloud, you can basically set a timer for 20 minutes, and you're going to be done for the day, which is a great sign.
All right, yeah, can't wait for that. But we'll go back. Just keep that shelf cloud up for a little bit before I get these radar graphics set up. So, Jordan, you want to explain to people why, how a shelf cloud develops sometimes on the leading edge of these thunderstorms?
So shelf clouds, that is basically, imagine you're at the beach. A shelf cloud is the wave. And this is not like your typical wave. This is the wave that surfers would ride all the way into the shore. This is a very powerful gust of wind aloft Some of that's going to try to mix on down to the surface, and when that happens, this is when we get the strongest winds. This is where the severe thunderstorm warning is going to verify, is right underneath that shelf cloud. There may not be hail necessarily, but that's the wind part of the severe thunderstorm warning is absolutely going to be a major concern. This looks like it's coming into South Jackson very soon. Let me pull up radar real quick before we go back to the Jackson camera, but that is going to be in town in a hurry. So it says it's moving close to 45 miles per hour per the Weather Service. I wouldn't be surprised if it's moving a little faster than that. But this line of storms, that's going to be moving in pretty quickly. It looks like it might be starting to bow out a little bit on the north side of Jackson. So northwest Jackson may need to keep a little eye out for some stronger winds, but I'm not really seeing any inflow notches, which is a really good sign. So rotation really minimal along this line. We'll even pop up velocity just to show that. The closest, there's not really a lot of rotation. There's some just to the northwest of Humboldt, but it's very weak and very broad. But again, you see that gray streak stretching from Alamo back to Brownsville towards Stanton and Haywood County. That's the cold front. So I mean, it's very close behind this line of storms. It's the light at the end of the tunnel, folks. It's been a long 4 days, but after this cold front passes, we're going to be done, and it's going to be a much nicer week here in West Tennessee. But for the time being, we're going to take another look at the downtown camera really quickly just to see how close it's getting. You're starting to see some greens actually on the downtown camera, so maybe there is a little bit of hail coming in behind that shelf cloud, but you can see it is coming in quick. Look at how fast it's moving, Joel.
Wow, very fast-moving shelf cloud. That is very impressive. Well, I do want to very quickly, let's update the folks that are dealing with the other severe thunderstorm warning. That is, let's give it about a minute on Max 2. Let's show you the latest on the storm up north, as it looks like there's a couple little notches as it is tracking right into the Camden area right now. No sign of a tornado, but there is still some broad rotation heading, it looks like, right along 641. So we'll continue to watch that. It'll be gusty south of Camden, but we're not seeing enough for a tornado yet, and there also could be some hail on the way according to our camera, or according to our radar out of Camden. So let's focus back in now on our shelf cloud, and we will spend the next 10-15 minutes or so on our line of storms coming in to Jackson and Humboldt currently right now. So back on 2, we got our shelf cloud. Here it comes as it's coming on in. It's a little elevated, which is good. The lower the shelf cloud is, often they can have some stronger winds with them, but it is still very warm and humid. We still do have that tornado watch out till 7 p.m., so heads up on that, although this is probably going to be our final push coming on in. Do want to go back here. Here's our big line, all right? We call this a bow echo. It's extending from northern Gibson County all the way down into northern sections of Hardeman County. We'll start down south. It's not as potent right here as it's coming on through, but there's still severe thunderstorm warning. Now it is coming into West Jackson right now. This little area here is probably the strongest winds just north of town. We'll show you that on the velocity product. Humboldt, you're getting the heavy rain, winds coming in, and you are as well in Trenton. So let's look inside the storm. Here's the strong wind line heading into Morris Chapel now, Tucker's Corner. It's still windy in Trenton, although the front end of the gust line has passed you guys, but it is moving fast. It's already pushed through Humboldt. Just a couple miles east of Humboldt, you're going to get the strongest winds right now on the leading edge of that front. Could see gusts again, 50 to 60. And then these brighter colors here in North Jackson that Jordan was talking about where it's bowing out, I think these could be some of the strongest winds along the line from Jackson up into Gilmore, maybe Carroll, as it races over towards Liberty Tech here in the next few minutes. We should begin to hear the winds pick up in the next minute here at WBBJ. Sometimes we can estimate the winds just by what we hear here, as we've been in this building so often when the strong winds have come on in. But again, the further south you go, it's a little weaker, but probably going to have some gusty winds in Meaden and some gusty winds down into the Bolivar area as well. Jordan, I assume our shelf cloud's past the camera now, right? As
it is,
downtown.
But our camera is rocking, folks. This wind is strong. It's actually picked up, and you see the rain coming. Look at this as it's coming in. It's going to get really, really misty here in a few seconds. You can see it going street light by street light, getting more and more faded as the rain picks up in intensity. This is coming into downtown Jackson right now, folks.
All right, let's stay on the camera for about a few minutes, or at least 30 seconds or so, and we'll watch as this thunderstorm goes on in, because you do not want to go outside and get blasted with the winds that are coming in right now. So it's safer to watch it on a camera than to go outside. I wouldn't be going out there trying to look for tornadoes. There isn't any tornadoes with this line, but what there is some pretty intense straight line winds. But as we saw the last couple of days, intense straight line winds can do significant damage as well. Even if there wasn't a touchdown of a tornado. We've had, I believe, what are called microbursts. I think we've had a couple of those that I've seen in some of the videos and images that people have sent us. So a dangerous storm, even if there's not a tornado on it. When you're dealing with the type of atmosphere that we've had this week, again, storms can pop up quickly, and you don't need a tornado to cause significant damage when you've got reports of up to 80-mile-an-hour winds along this line a couple hours ago. Again, I'm not certain we're going to get 80-mile-an-hour winds on the way, but definitely some 50s and maybe even some 60s as the center of this line comes on through. All right, we'll rack back up here on the radar with this system. There's what it looks like right now as the line's coming in, bowing out. The center of the bow from Milan down through Jackson is probably, including Humboldt's, probably where we're seeing the strongest winds, and that's where we're even seeing maybe some small hail mixing on in, or just some really, really heavy rain. This southern section doesn't look as impressive. What's coming into Toone, Meaden, Pinson, Henderson does not look as strong as the stuff that's in Jackson as well, north up to Three-Way, and then continuing up into Humboldt. And once you get up to Trenton, it looks like it's a little less impressive as well. So the main concern right now is from Gibson down through South Madison County, I think, for the strongest winds along this line. It is still producing some gusty winds in Trenton, heading over to 45 right now. Bradford, you're going to have some gusty winds. I don't think there'll be severe type winds in Bradford, but it'll still be pretty windy. Some strong winds coming into Medina right now, passing just to the east of Three-Way. And then here's the winds that we have coming into Liberty Tech, East Union. So we're starting to hear the rain and the winds whipping up here in Jackson, but so far I haven't heard anything that sounds like 60-plus-mile-an-hour winds, but it's definitely a pretty potent thunderstorm as it's coming by. All right, we get south of Bemis down through Meaden. Still pretty strong for you with the winds. They're coming into Roy, Parkburg, and Pinson here in the next couple of minutes. And then we've got that line of storms weakening some towards where the bow is right in the middle. In Jackson, it's stronger. When you start to get to the bow where it just kind of bends back down, the winds are usually not as strong on the southern section of the bow. So, but coming right in to Jackson right now. So if you're watching us, stay away from windows. I don't think you need to get to your safe spot, but again, sometimes these can take down trees. You get a tree that falls on your house and you're not in your safe spot. So anytime you get a severe thunderstorm warning, if you're not comfortable with the information you're getting, or if you're not comfortable even with the chance that it could take a tree down and hit your house, you can always go to your safe spot. Again, there's multiple ways to get our coverage now. You don't need to watch us on TV. We're on our WBBJ Facebook. We're on, we have our YouTube channel, WBBJ. We've got live apps on our phones for both our news and weather apps. And we've got our website, WBBJTV.com. And you can even take the radio. Our radio partners, when we're under tornado warnings, will air our feed here at Jackson as well. Obviously, you can't see it, but we try to be pretty descriptive with our voice so people call out your community so they know with the timing. So we've got, again, the storm pushing up to the north, not as intense when you get north of Milan, but still some pretty strong winds coming into Bradford, Greenfield. There's one little notch east of Jackson and then that little bow segment. So that's why we think that's probably usually when you get a bow and then you get like another bow on top of the bow. That's when it looks like you have some of the stronger winds along the segment that are trying to push out away from the storm. There's one little notch where, let me kind of back this up. Let's head over to Max 1 with Jordan for a quick update, and I'll try to reset these graphics because the storms are moving so quickly. Jordan?
Good news is, it's not looking super impressive on the wind front now that it's moved through downtown Jackson. Our camera has calmed down quite a bit. I'll pull it up here in a second. But we have an amateur radio reporter, wind gust, a 45 mile per hour wind gust. That is near Highland and North Parkway. So that is not far from us here at WBBJ. We've also got a report of 41 mile per hour winds in Jackson near North Park. We also just got an update to the flash flood warning that includes a very large chunk of Memphis's forecasting area. They're adding, so the new wording is 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen and an additional 1 to 2 are on the way. Flash flooding is still ongoing. All these flash flooding reports have come in from emergency management across the region. So this is, again, we're expecting some generational flooding out of this this whole system, and we're not done with the rain. Well, we may be almost done with the severe weather, but the rain's not going anywhere anytime soon. We'll pull up the downtown Jackson camera real quick while we're getting a few things ready here. Again, it's raining. It's coming down pretty hard here at the WBBJ station. We can hear it pretty loud through the room here. I haven't heard too much thunder, seen too much lightning since it moved into Jackson, but we're getting pretty close to that cold front, folks. That cold front is knocking on the door. Last update, it was at the Crockett County line, so before probably close to 4 o'clock, that cold front's going to be pushing into Madison County. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that. We're going to pop back over to radar. We'll keep an eye on things. Here's a look through Camden. Again, it's a little far away, the main line that we're watching, to get a solid reading on it. So we'll turn the Camden radar off real quick. And it looks like Jackson, the strongest winds are east of Jackson now. We'll zoom in here in a second. Three-way, you're behind the strongest winds. Milan, it's right on top of you. Cedar Grove, you're going to be in the wind tunnel in about 10 minutes. Henderson, I think the strongest winds are going to stay north of you. Lexington, you've probably got we'll actually just put a track on this, east at 45 miles per hour, and we'll slap track on it out to 45 minutes. So Atwood at 3:08, 7 minutes from now. Luray at 3:13, Howley at 3:16, Huntington 3:27, Wildersville 3:28, Rosser at 3:32, Hollow Rock at 3:38, Darden at 3:39, and Parsons at 3:46. And that's almost going to take it out of West Tennessee, but by that point I believe this is going to weaken pretty quickly. The farther east you get of Jackson, the ingredients for stronger severe storms really start to drop off fairly quickly off to the east.
All right, I don't want you folks up in the northeast to feel like we have forgotten about you. There is a quick update for Camden. It's still a slight inflow notch. The rotation is very broad as it approaches the Tennessee River. Kind of look at that severe thunderstorm warning till 3:30. I don't think there's a tornado threat, and your hail has really calmed down. But still a thunderstorm. You probably want to head inside, stay away from windows as it comes by, as it looks like it still could have some small hail and some gusty winds. All right, back here to our main storm in the middle. That does include the worst of it, I think, is coming into Milan right now, where it looks like there's even some hail trying to mix on in on the front edge of that. This all looks pretty good, non-severe stuff. I know there's a little notches there, but there's very little energy down here into Meade and Tune, Pinson compared to up north. That could be some hail just east of Jackson. Looks like that is just east of Lawrence, south of Liberty Tech. Small hail, if not some very, very heavy rain. Up north here, we have some potential hail in Milan and a couple little notches on the line we're watching here. This doesn't look like enough for a tornado warning that I can tell, but we'll take a look at it on the velocity. It still looks like a lot of straight line winds to me. So I don't think we're getting a tornado warning with that, but we'll watch it as there is some pretty strong wind returns there. Up north in Bradford, probably got about 40-mile-an-hour winds coming through. Again, we had them up to 45 in Jackson, McLemoresville, Huntington, Clarksburg. You still probably got about 20 minutes till the northern line comes through. And then strong winds heading over into White Fern, Blue Goose, Claybrook, Crucifer. Those are all on the way as the winds are still whipping through Jackson right now. And it still looks like some pretty intense winds north of Pinson on the southern side of this bow, heading over into Mifflin. But once we get down south of here, it's definitely weaker when you're south of Meaden. So the stuff coming into Henderson, Fanger may not be as strong as the stuff coming on into Luray. Kind of back up here a little bit, I did want to get another look at that little kink in that line. Again, it looks like a lot of straight line winds, even up to the north here along that notch. So we'll watch it. We're getting a little range folding. You know what are those purples? It's not purple rain. What that is that's called range folding. That's the edge of the radar, because what's going on is the National Weather Service in Memphis has shrunk the distance their radar searches out. They do that because they can get more faster returns. look at it as a circle. If you got a large pizza, how long is it going to take you to eat that, right? But if you got a small pizza, you can eat it a lot faster, but you may not get as full. So that's basically what's going on. So they shrink the size of their pizza down so that we can get more views of them faster instead of maybe one every 2 to 3 minutes. We're getting updates now every minute on the radar, so that's why it looks pretty clear, and you can see the general motion pretty good. Lots of lightning still as well, over 200 strikes extending from Milan down into East Jackson. Our severe storm threat is past here in Jackson as the line is heading off to the east. Jordan, did they issue a new severe thunderstorm downstream for this yet?
They did, and I've got it pulled up on Max Max 1. It includes southeastern Weekly, Henderson County, southeastern Gibson County, Benton County, Carroll County, northeastern Madison, southeastern Henry, and northern Decatur County. It's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. We've already seen it's got a nasty shelf cloud on the leading edge of it, and that's coming into. That'll be coming into Cedar Grove here very shortly. Lexington, you're in this. Wildersville, Huntington, McKenzie, Paris, Big Sandy, Camden, Holiday. The north side of Parsons, I don't believe the entire city of Parsons is going to be included in this, but we'll wipe the warning away for a second and we'll throw a track on it. They've updated the speed up to 60 miles per hour, up from 45, so it really has begun to race off to the east, which is not a bad thing, folks. The faster it gets out of here, the faster we can all recoup and recover from this long several days. But here's a look at that timing. 307, I'm assuming is what that's supposed to be for Cedar Grove. 309 for Tresvent. 314 Jumbo. 319 Clarksburg. 320 in Huntingdon. 324 in Rosser. 330 in Brewston. 333 in Holiday. 334 in Chaseville. 339 for Camden, and 345 for New Johnsonville. That's on the other side of the Tennessee River from Benton County.
All right, so we're trying to get a couple different looks on radar because, as I said, the Memphis has cut down their beam length on theirs. So we'll, as it continues to move through, what they're doing is they're looking for any possible notches along the line to make sure they're not missing a quick spin-up tornado. Because what we talked about, remember, was sometimes you can have a quick spin-up tornado that's so fast it pops up between radar scans. So one radar scan you don't have it, the next radar scan you don't either, but it may have happened in the middle. But if they can get a radar scan every minute instead of every 2 to 3 minutes, it's impossible to miss a tornado warning. Or a tornado on the ground. So that's what they're doing there as the line continues to try to spin on up. They're just making sure that they are not missing anything, and there's no reason to set the scan further off to the west, because once this severe weather threat is done, I think the National Weather Service in Memphis can finally take a breath. I've given a lot of kudos to my team, but oh man, the National Weather Service, they're not just covering West Tennessee. They've been covering tornadoes nonstop for 4 days. So I think I might be sending them a gift card because they've done tremendous work over the last couple of days. So Claybrook, it looks like you've got maybe some small hail on the way for you. And then our storm up to the northeast, do want to give one more look at that before I head back to the wall. Again, a little bit of that notch heading right over the Kentucky Lake area right now, but no signs of a tornado. Rotation looks really broad. So we're going to drop that storm right now because it's about to move out of our area, and it no longer looks like it's rotating, and the severe part of that storm is crossing the Kentucky Lake area and will be picked up by the National Weather Service in Nashville. All right, so we'll rack things back up here to the top on the max. So there was our rotating storm, went through Jackson, and that's the one I just talked about, now moving east of the Tennessee River. Here's our last push for severe weather. It's this one last severe thunderstorm, which again does include you folks in Camden. You said, didn't you? I thought you just said our threat was over. Yeah, for the rotating storm. But now you've got a wind storm coming on in right here from Milan, now east of Jackson. This is going to move into Carroll County. You've got some winds. We picked up 45-mile-an-hour winds. That's the max winds. Jordan, were there any reports over 45 from this line as it came through?
As far as I've seen, that 45 report from Highland and Parkway is the highest report I've seen. I can go around West Tennessee and check. I can check the McKellar-Sipes ASOS real quick.
Okay. Yeah, do that. Let me know what you find out, and then you can also check, obviously, National Weather Service chat. I think if there was any gusts over 45, someone would have reported them. But you do have 45-mile-an-hour winds probably coming on in, Gus, into Carroll County. Claybrook, again, maybe a little bit of small hail as that moves off to the east along 40. Any of these notches, not very impressive at all along this line near Cedar Grove. And then there, again, a couple of the other radars are still picking up maybe some small hail, but this view is so far away from the radar that it's probably just some heavy rain. Here's a different velocity look coming in out of Fort Campbell. Does show you that there's still some gusty winds associated with this, but the spin-ups are very minimal. Not really seeing much for any rotation. This is the edge of the Memphis radar, so we'll go get a second view of it. It looks like the strongest winds along this line are probably into Cedar Grove right now, maybe some 45-mile-an-hour gusts for you folks, so heads up on that. And still windy along this line down here to the south, but it's not as impressive when you get south of Luray. Henderson, Pinson, you probably got 30, maybe 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts along this line as it comes on by, which extends down to Silerton and Bolivar just to the south of Toon. So Jackson, we've seen the worst of it come through. We're no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. That warning is, the leading edge is now moving out of Madison County, and it looks like we're getting maybe a trim job done on our severe thunderstorm warning, maybe pulling more counties out of it because, again, it is a fast-moving line over 60 miles an hour. So again, a couple little notches. We're not 100% done with the tornado threat, but I'd say probably 98% done. There's still maybe a 2% chance for a spin up along the line as it comes through. So we're going to stay with it. We're going to watch it as it moves through Carroll County and Henderson County. As long as there is a severe thunderstorm warning, I think my boss is giving me the go-ahead to cover this. By the way, speaking of bosses, I don't think my boss has left this building in about 4 days. So the least he's allowed us, the meteorologist, to get some sleep. I'm not sure our news director, Stan Sanders, has slept at all. Up north here, we've also got some pretty strong gusty winds and a lot of lightning, as well as, but I'm just not seeing anything severe in this line anymore. I'm not saying they're going to cancel the severe thunderstorm, but I'm not seeing any gusts over 40, 45. Remember, for a severe thunderstorm warning, you typically need to trigger gusts over 58 miles an hour, and we haven't had any of those, but that doesn't mean there wasn't one that wasn't caught by a wind reader scan or that somebody was around to see. So we're still seeing strong winds on the radar. All right, that other storm up to the north, I know you talk about donuts, right? That's not in the right spot for any sort of rotation. The main rotation from that little supercell we had, which is what got us on TV in the first place here, that went through Jackson, is now again moved east of the Kentucky Lake area. Here's a view from our Camden radar, and it looks like the hail has even wrapped on up. We're going to check in with meteorologist Jordan Hubbard real quick, and then we'll start to focus a little bit on the flooding concern once this storm gets out of here as well. Jordan?
Speaking of flooding concern, I have an update from Weakley County EMA. I've got a laundry list of roads that are inundated in several places in Weakley County. That's Sharon, Dukedom, Dresden, Gleason, Martin, Palmersville, Sharon, McKenzie. Just a laundry list of roads that are inundated. Sharon, Highway 89, Lower Sharon Road, Wall Road in Dukedom, South Poplar in Dresden, Lamb in Dresden, Tumbling Creek Road, Mount Pelia after 3 Point Grocery, Holland Street in Gleason, West Main Street in Dresden, Herman Brooks Road in Martin, Cates Road in Martin, Bob Short Road in Sharon, Webb Road in Palmersville, Pikeview Street in Dresden, Blackburn Road in McKenzie, Old 22 in McKenzie, Mill Street in Sharon, Adams Road in Martin, Sharon Highway 89 through Dresden, 1 mile from D-Mart towards Sharon, Holiday Road and Buck Mason Road in South Fulton, and New Salem Road in Martin. All of those roads are inundated. So if you're in Weakley County, it's safe to say either head to high ground or stay home. It's not safe to get out anywhere, probably anywhere along the Obion River at all.
All right, so still tracking our line of gusty windstorms. You notice the concentration is right there heading into Carroll County. So roughly, here's where the severe thunderstorm warning goes, and that's right where the strong winds are. So National Weather Service pegged that one pretty good. There's a look at the timing of when the wind line will come through. So it looks like about 4 o'clock, this storm is going to be crossing the Tennessee River. So we're probably going to stick with our coverage here, probably till around 4 o'clock here on CBS and on our live feed, and hopefully we don't have to go live for any more severe thunderstorms or tornado warnings. But what we do need to do obviously, is have on our newscast. We need to start getting as much information as we can on the flooding problems, which are beginning to worsen in many areas. This looks pretty wavy along the leading edge of this line west of Huntington, but I believe that's looking at the radar that's awful long ways away. I believe that was a Paducah radar. There's Fort Campbell radar, but when we look at it on Memphis radar, it's less wavy. But we'll keep this one up here. Just keep an eye on it as well. So we want to monitor as many radars as we can on the situation. Since we're sitting here and I'm seeing kind of a lull in the thunderstorms, I'm going to pull off the precipitation look at the precipitation that we've had, and we'll see if we can get it pulled up over the last 48 hours. At 5 o'clock tonight, I'm going to be able to work with the radar and go back as many as 3 days, and so we can get some rain totals from them. But we'll see if this pops up here. This will be 48-hour rain totals. We'll see if as the data populates here. Could take a little minute. As it's sliding on through. But this is some areas up here. I think we're still waiting on some data coming in. This is because we've seen more rain than this in West Tennessee over the last 48 hours. But look at some of the areas here. Those are 10 plus, up to 15. It looks up near Kenton. We'll see these begin to populate here, but I bet you there's some areas in Madison County. Again, this is 48. Remember, this right now isn't showing all that rain we got on Wednesday, as well as anything Thursday before 3 p.m. And remember I showed you that back on Friday where we had that swath south of here where there were totals as high as 6-7 inches. So I think I can probably get this to pop up, Jordan. I just got to mess with something real quick. So will you take over on Max 1?
Oh, sure thing. Excuse me. Clarksburg, we've got that Boeing Echo right on top of town. Again, it's been looking like it's going to stay sub-severe, but still be prepared for some near 50, 55 mile per hour winds to come in up to that limit. We're probably not seeing any hail returns. We can pop up the Camden radar, although it tends to overshoot on hail. But we may see some smaller hail start to roll into the south side of Huntington along 22 between Clarksburg and Huntington, but not a lot in terms of hail signatures anywhere on radar. Most of the strongest winds here should stay to the north of I-40, to the north of Wildersville. We're going to pop the Camden radar back off. Yeah, it does look like Clarksburg, Holiday, you are at risk for the strongest winds. Let's see if there's anybody between Yuma, Westport, Dollar, and southeast Carroll County. You all have some fairly strong winds about to come into town. It's about a mile from Highway 22 as of the latest scan. This is the Fort Campbell, Kentucky radar, and again it's moving east at 60 miles per hour, so we'll pop a track up on there just for these towns right here. That'll go out to the Benton County line, so that's going to put it at Clarksburg at 317, so it's there, Clarksburg. Clarksburg High School at 318, Yuma at 320, Westport at 322, Dollar at 325, Shiloh Baptist Church at 328. Now that takes it out to the Benton County line. Obviously, if it's moving 60 miles per hour, it's probably going to be in Holiday by about 3:32, 3:33 o'clock, where it'll pass Highway 641. Really, it's going to start to weaken shortly as we're getting farther and farther east of Jackson. The ingredients for severe weather just are not there, as well as they were to our south and west. Which is a good news. Also, update on the cold front. We'll pop up the temperature graph here in just a second. It does look like temperatures are dropping pretty quickly across West Tennessee, especially west of Jackson. We're down to, look at that, 45 in Ridgely, 53 in Dyersburg, 57 in Alamo. If your temperature is below 60 degrees, you're done. All you have to worry about is flooding concerns from right now. It's still 80 degrees in Bolivar, 82 in Selmer, 84 in Savannah. That cold front is right along essentially Highway 70. It's not quite I-40. It's a little too northeast, southwest oriented. But Camden, you're still not out of the clear yet, almost. That last burst of wind coming in about 20-25 minutes is going to be the last push, and then we're going to be done. Bolivar, Selmer, Savannah, you've got to wait a little while longer, but again, severe ingredients not really holding together as well as you may think. We'll even look at the wind just to see how things are going in terms. But yeah, you see all that swirling motion right around Jackson. That's our cold front. That's our low pressure and our cold front moving on through town right now. We'll even pull up the dew point map. Again, it's almost done, folks. See, the dew point's really below 60, but usually below 64 is where we like to see those severe parameters really start to fall off. So again, if you're below 60 on this map, you are good. Alamo, Dyersburg, Trenton, you're almost there. Martin, Union City, Ridgely, really starting to see things wrap up pretty quickly along and behind the cold front, which is fantastic news. We're almost done, folks. We're going to pop radar back up one more time. Again, we're almost done. Jackson, you are done. For the most part, the line of storms has begun to move into Henderson County. We're going to turn off the Camden radar again real quickly. Yes, the strongest winds, they are on top of Clarksburg right now. Over Highway 22, looks like it's starting to bow out a little farther to the north, so it may become more of a Camden thing than a Holiday thing. But if you're in Benton County anywhere along 641, you're going to want to keep an eye on some gusty winds coming into town here very shortly. Brewston, I believe the strongest winds are going to stay to your south. But again, Yuma, Dollar, all of you in southeastern Carroll County, it's going to get pretty windy here in a few seconds. Between Camden and Holiday, we've got Gismonda, Robison, Lippe maybe, just to the west of Camden, Birdsong Heights, Rockport, Coxburg, McElwain. A lot of chances for some strong winds to roll through. They may not be severe, but they'll still throw some things around if we have any sort of 50, 55, 58's the severe limit, but that's going to be our last push from this storm.
All right, Jordan, I have some incredible numbers that I was looking at over the last 4 days of totals around 15 inches of rain along and north of I-40. It was populated in my system. It's still trying to absorb all the data, and I hope to have that to you here in a couple of minutes because I do want to show you it's the average accumulation of rain around West Tennessee during that time frame was 8, but I've seen some numbers as high as 15. So there's our severe thunderstorm warning. Does not look like a severe thunderstorm anymore, but it definitely has some gusty wind still as it's now moving east of Huntington, east of Clarksburg, east of Wildersville. So down south here into Lexington, nothing severe, probably 30, maybe 40 mile an hour winds tops. We do have a little area near Yuma, a little one up here east of Brewston, but the storm energy is very minimal up here. But I believe they'll probably just keep the severe thunderstorm warning on until it crosses the Tennessee River because the storm itself is moving so quickly. Not seeing any hail with this and only 53 lightning strikes in that little radar image. Yuma, that's our only little mini inflow notch, but when we look at it on the radar, it's not overly impressive. So here's a look at, I believe this is some old, looking at our Fort Campbell radar there. Do see some winds extending from Huntington down through Clarksburg. This is all just straight line winds on the front leading edge of the frontal boundary. Although, again, those winds are a little stronger in northern Henderson County than they are Lexington down to the south. So you can kind of put a loop on this thing. You notice still those winds now moving into eastern Carroll County. They'll be approaching eastern Henderson County, and then it looks like Benton as well as Decatur County has this line coming through in the next 15 minutes or so, and again should clear on out by 4 o'clock. So nothing showing up as far as rotation, not hearing anything as far as severe wind gusts anymore, but still some pretty intense storms. If we kind of take a bigger picture here, you notice there's 120 lightning strikes, but those numbers were close to 500-600 in this storm just about an hour ago, and then 1,000 a couple hours ago. So definitely losing some of its strength. If you're watching us in Atwood, Whitthorne, it looks like your threat for any sort of heavy rain's done. That includes Claybrook, Blue Goose, and Jackson. So things have really calmed down here in Jackson. Up to the north here, that first cell we were watching, looks like it's now moved over into Waverly, moving away from us. And it still has a severe thunderstorm warning on it from the National Weather Service, but what it doesn't have is a tornado warning. So let's see if... Man, I did have these graphics. They did work a minute ago. I'll work on getting them pulled up again when I get a second. Meteorologist Jordan Hubbard's working on a trampoline picture in Jackson to show some of the winds that we did have come through. Now remember, Straight line winds can also be deadly, sometimes, especially when you're talking 70, 80 miles an hour. They can take down many large trees, drop them on your house. Again, it doesn't take a tornado to take lives. Obviously, if you've seen some of the footage from into Selmer, as well as some of the areas to Hardeman County, as well as Fayette County from those storms that did come through the other night. You can see the difference typically between tornado damage and straight line winds. But that doesn't mean you can't get a small tornado, which kind of resembles straight line winds. So that's why, again, any storm reports, try to send them to us. All the ones you sent me yesterday, I tried to get to the National Weather Service in Nashville or Memphis to come out and survey some of the damage. I know they're going to try to conduct a couple of storm surveys, but it may be difficult because we've been hit with so many rounds of storms, and a lot of the things that may have shown tornado damage may have been wiped away from today's windstorms. But they're going to do their best to get out, survey the damage here over the next couple of days, and try to give us the most accurate reports they can of where there was a touchdown and where there wasn't. But keep the storm reports coming. Storm reports are very important to us. They help us do our job and help us alert the public of what could be on the way. Jordan, you got that trampoline photo pulled up?
I do. We had a flying trampoline here in North Jackson. This is on Fairway Boulevard from Berta Garrity. So this is when that shelf cloud came through Jackson earlier, when that last line pushed on through. And like I said, does not take much to do damage. Again, trampolines, they're notorious for taking flight in even the lightest of winds. So when they get up to 40, 45, 50, really basically acts pretty much like a catapult for itself, because it doesn't really, trampolines are porous, so they don't really block the wind, but they flow with it very well. Also, I have a report from radio reports, power lines down south of I-40 from Hollywood to Highland here in Jackson. So we may have some power outages here on the west side of town.
All right, we'll try to get you a full update on those. All right, here is the rain on Max 2. Everywhere in the white is over 10 inches of, or up to 15 inches of rain. We'll take a closer look at some of the totals, but if I take an average, my device is telling me an average of 8.1 inches of accumulation. You notice the places that did not see as much were where you were not under the main flood concern. That's Hardin County down into McNairy County as far as the rain. But this swath here that you notice, if I highlight this, coming in from Medina down through Mason and Covington, that is an average of 10 inches of rain, and we'll get a few individual totals here north of Jackson. So we'll pull these up. So this one right here near Huntersville, you see right there, northwest of Huntersville, that's 13.9 inches. When we get there east of Gaston in that white area, that's showing up as 14 inches of rain. The other one near 45 south of Jackson, we'll get in on that one. That one is showing right there on the interstate, 16 inches of rain. This is from the last 4 days. So some very intense rain totals. The highest amounts in Madison County, we're in North Madison County. You're getting over here east of Humboldt. Looks like you're seeing totals between Humboldt and Goat City as high as 10 inches of rain. Humboldt itself, you're looking at 9.5 inches of rain. So again, this is over 4 days. So the creeks, rivers, and streams are going to be running extremely high, and we're going to obviously have a lot more on the flood threat here coming up tonight on WBBJ Newscast, and then obviously tomorrow, and then throughout the week. I do want to pull up the latest on the flood watches and warnings. I'm going to try to get that for you here right now. So here is the latest on the flooding, but this is more rain I've ever seen in any place that I've worked at in a 4-day period. So here's a look at the flooding. Should be populating. Almost all of West Tennessee is under a flash flood warning right now. That's the bright red areas. Almost all the rivers, creeks, and streams are running high under flooding concerns. So we're going to try to get some river forecasts for you from the National Weather Service when we can get those pulled up as well tonight on the news to show you. Jordan was mentioning how high the river was going to get in Dyersburg or into Dyer County, as well as some of the ones he was telling me coming into the Fork of Deer River as well. So Obion River, we're going to have a report on all of those here coming up. But look at the rain swath again right through Madison County. Some of the highest amounts from this entire system over the last 4 days have been right here along the interstate. So I'm sure there's a lot of roads that are going to be washed out, flooded. Again, a lot of this water still has to go downstream. And I've been inside here the last couple of hours, but when I drove to work here right before the tornado warning was issued from Humboldt down through Jackson, there was some flooded roadways there as well. But it could be worse in some areas, especially Old Humboldt Road, Old Medina Road. A lot of the back roads may have some significant flooding concerns. So probably want to stay inside tonight. If you do head out, be extra cautious, especially traveling at night. You may come across a flooded roadway. You don't know if the road has been washed out. So it may look like there's only, a steady stream of a few inches of rain going over the road, but often under flooded roadways, the road can be washed out. So it looks like it's only 4 inches. Then you get to it, it's 4 feet, your car's down in the ravine, and then you're in a heck of a lot of trouble real quick. All right, so here's our last push of our thunderstorm as it approaches the Camden area. Holiday, Parsons. It looks like it'll be past the river probably by 3:45. This is a very fast-moving leading edge of this front. Looks like the worst of it's come through Wildersville and Lexington. Timberlake right now. New Safford, you're picking up some pretty gusty winds that are heading into Holiday, Gizmonda, and then Camden. So you've seen the worst of it in Clarksburg. It's still pretty stormy in Huntington right now, but the main gust front is out here, now heading back up into Paris. But the strongest winds probably still 30, 40 mile an hour gusts heading into Holiday and Camden currently. Huntington, the last time I had this radar image, the line was coming into your area. We've got a little bit of a notch north of I-40, but we'll look at it here on the velocity, but this looks just most like straight line winds over through Brewston, down through Clarksburg and Yuma. So there's our little notch. Again, none of this looks like any chance for a tornado warning, but maybe 30, 40 mile an hour winds that are coming on in. We have Scotts Hill and Scott Hill here in West Tennessee. I know people have reached out. It's Scotts Hill, it's Scott Hill. Well, I believe I've seen both show up on our system, so I guess that's why we get a little confused about that. Cedar Grove still picking up probably some breezy conditions, but anything west of Henderson County, including Madison County, our severe weather threat looks like it's done. Still about 125 lightning strikes. You notice the rivers over there, so it looks like we'll deal with this for at least another 15 minutes before it moves out of our area. Got an old radar image that I'd saved as Jordan's got some more flooded roadways, I believe, showed up, right, Jordan?
I do. This is from Missy Champagne. This is Sanders Bluff Road going into the Middle Fork River Bottom Park. That is in parts of Gibson County where the Middle Fork of the Forked-Deer River rolls through. That's a lot of water, folks. And again, I've got another graphic. I'm in the middle of building, but I can just give you the lowdown on it. We have a rain gauge from Three-Way that has 6 and what looks to be 6.5, maybe a little bit more inches of rain.
And that's just today.
That's from just today. That's between 4 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. today. And they've emptied it twice since Wednesday.
Wow.
So that's a lot of rain in North Madison County as well. We knew this was a possibility. It's a lot of wind or a lot of rain coming in. I'm looking a lot more flooding videos from in my email. I haven't come across very many, but if you've got some and you can get them to us safely, by all means, you can send it in. We're really concerned about this flooding threat now that the severe threat is starting to come on down. But we're going to be underwater for quite a while in some places.
Yeah, Jordan's got our email pulled up. That's weather@wbbjtv.com. You can send us some emails. He'll get them, and he'll try to get them pulled up because we're going to stick with this for about another 30 minutes. It seems about 4 o'clock is when we're going to head back to general programming. Although this line may have moved out in the next 15 minutes, we're just going to stick with you till 4. We've stuck with you for the last 4 days. We can handle another 30 minutes. As we're still tracking this final push of these lines coming through. And we'll try to bring you some more images and some flooding information. And then obviously we'll have a full report coming up on the news tonight. Jordan, is the news at 5:30 or 6 tonight?
On Saturday, it'll be at 6.
All right, 6 o'clock. So that'll give us a couple hours to get prepared for the WBBJ news tonight at 6. But we'll stick with this coverage till around 4 o'clock, and then we'll get back to regular programming. So again, a bunch of these, look at the difference between certain radars, okay? So when you're getting that far away from the radar, they look totally different. You know, one's showing Holiday with the winds, the other one's showing the worst ones up into Brewston. So that's why we always try to take multiple looks at these storms that get going into Carroll County. Again, being in the area where the radar coverage is just really sketchy up into that area. So let's pull up our Camden radar, since it seems to tell a more accurate story of what's going on in that area. And it looks like some of the strongest winds are down near Westport and Dollar, but doesn't look like anything severe. And we'll see if there's any sort of hail, but I think it's just going to be wind. Maybe some, that's probably heavy rain because it's so close to the radar, but that could be some really small hail showing up. You notice right where the radar beam is, sometimes if it gets super close to the radar, it can pick up a lot of heavy rain as hail. So I think that may be what's going on, but we'll find out if there's any hail reports as well coming on in. But it looks like most likely just some very heavy rain and still dealing with some pretty gusty winds. So again, if you can get as many of those photos you can get to Jordan as possible, we'll try to get them on and show everybody what you're seeing. Trying to just pull up this severe thunderstorm warning, but every time I click it, I'm getting a flash flood warning because all of West Tennessee is also under a flash flood warning. So, all right, well, the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. I think it's till 4 o'clock, so we'll maybe 3:45, but doesn't matter. We're going to stick with it till 4 o'clock. Trying to find exciting stuff showing up on the radar that's worth mentioning right now, but it pretty much, to me, looks like the severe threat is just with this little area from Camden down through Holiday. That's where that little notch is, and that's where there could be some small hail, and that looks like that's where the heaviest rain is. But again, right there, you see those little purples that are showing up. It's a ways away from the radar, but that could be hail. And then we've got, I know you say, well, you got a donut, right? Yeah, well, it's also so far away from the radar. But we'll see if it looks, what it looks like with the velocity in that area. And again, the velocity returns are looking very minimal for any sort of tornado with that. So we'll keep an eye on it. There's a little bit of rotation heading in to Holiday. It looks like Coxburg, but I don't see a tornado warning coming for you folks. All right, let's see what else we can pull up here while we're waiting on Jordan's got some pretty cool stuff that he's brewing up out of the Weather Center. Again, there's back to the Camden radar, maybe some real small hail. So we're going to rack this back up here to the top. If you're just now joining us or you went away and you missed this, this is the total rain we've seen so far in West Tennessee since Wednesday evening. So any of these areas in white are over at least 10 inches of rain. Does include a lot of areas in and around Camden. Significant rain over the Kentucky Lake, Tennessee River, and then some of the highest amounts over the last 48 hours are right here north of Jackson up through Three-Way between Humboldt. Each one of these white areas are registering close to 15 inches of rain. Anyone in the blues, it looks like it's 9 inches or more. So a huge swath of northern Madison County going to be dealing with some flood problems for the next probably couple of days. So there's our bow echo. It concentrated into one segment. There's still a southern section of this line. It looks like it's going to slide on by. So I did just get a report from the man in charge. Looks like we're going to stick around till around 3:45 since the severe thunderstorm warning is going to be out of our viewing area here in about 10 minutes. This line down here to the south is not severe, but probably will have a little bit of thunder and lightning. I know some of the people in McNairy, Hardin County, you don't always cover the storms when they come through. We will if they're severe. We will if it's a tornado warning. But if the severe weather threat wraps up here in the next 15 minutes, we're going to get off at least live TV, and you can look for some updates online. And then again, if by some chance, which seems highly unlikely, a severe thunderstorm warning develops along this southern line, or there's any rotation, we'll break in and we'll tell you about that. All right, so there's our little bit of hail, we think, east of Holiday. That's going to cross the river here in about the next 5 minutes. Down south, Yellow Spring. So right in the McElwain area, that's where we think there's probably some nickel-size hail. Can't rule out a couple of quarters maybe mixing on in there. And some pretty heavy rain right along 641 in Camden. Again, about 5 minutes. The leading edge of this will be crossing the Tennessee River. Huntington, your severe threat's done. McKenzie, your severe threat's done. But right along the interstate, going over the river, it looks like there's some decent hail showing up there. So Kind of the big picture, not seeing much on the wind signatures for anything over 35, 40 miles an hour. Even if we get a little closer in there where that a little notch was, none of this is severe wind speeds that I can see showing up on the radar. But National Weather Service out of Nashville did the same thing Memphis did. See this giant wind polygon just to keep it safe. As anytime you get one of these Boeing structures, somewhere along that line there can be extending winds out as high as 60 miles an hour. So that's the concern there for those strong straight line winds. There actually was this is kind of interesting, there's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, right, in the same area at the same time. So this was the rotating storm that came through Jackson a while ago and then went through Camden. There's a severe thunderstorm warning out for that one, and then there's a bigger severe thunderstorm warning out for the Bow line. So one place under 2 different severe thunderstorm warnings at one time. That's pretty crazy for 2 different sections of a storm. Again, a lot of lightning still tonight. Again, we got our little area of hail east of Holiday. This severe threat is now, it looks like, pretty much moving out east of Carroll County. Right along 641, though, that's our most exciting part of the storm. Hey, Jordan, did you get a couple of those images built up, ready to go?
I do. We've got a picture from the columns in North Jackson. This is the shelf cloud that moved in with that severe warning storm as it came through Jackson. We had it on our downtown camera. Here's what it looked like from the surface. Again, that looks intimidating. That is a very, very pronounced shelf cloud. You can see it's like right up into the updraft almost. There is a little bit of a green tinge there behind the mall. Again, maybe some small hail on the backside of the shelf cloud, but also we've got this also from North Jackson. This is the Dyer Creek at Gerdau Road. It is over the railroad tracks, so neither car nor train is going to be able to bypass parts of Jackson near Gerdau Road. This is going to be probably going to rise a little bit more before things are all said and done. So they very well could completely cover the railroad right there. I have a couple of more pictures I would like to add to this, but I'm going to need some time to build them. We don't have any updates from the National Weather Service. We do have actually an update. There was a current tornado warning in northwest Mississippi. They're canceling. It's not a threat anymore for us downwind. They are also considering clearing a batch of counties out of the tornado watch, but Memphis is still has their hands full with some storms in northern Mississippi. We'll get to that when we get to that. But if they don't get to it, that tornado watch still goes out until 7 o'clock tonight, and the flood watch, if I'm correct, goes out to 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the flood watch. So, you know, and that may be extended. It may be allowed to expire. We still have rain coming on in tonight. So, although it's not going to be as intense as, you know, what we've seen so far. But I do want to, as Jordan said, I do want to update you because we may not completely be done with severe weather in our southern counties. So McNairy, Hardin, you know, we often say we want to keep a close eye on the situation for you. So here is, let me go back to that. So, all right, so this is our current severe that we've been watching. There's storms firing up down here. I think they're probably going to be a Mississippi problem, but there's a chance some of the northern storms here could impact areas of, Hardeman, McNairy, Hardin County a little bit later. So I think we're going to have to watch this southern line, but the stuff that's coming in the next hour or two does not look like, or in the next hour does not look like it is going to be severe at all. But there are a couple of gusty wind lines that are still down here south of Memphis. It doesn't look like there's anything rotating currently. None of this to me looks like we've got any sort of significant winds, but there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are still out to the south. So quickly up to the north, this one is crossing the Tennessee River. It'll be clearing on out. Still do have a little bit of that hail now, which is showing up near Coxburg. As this clears on out, looks like we've got hail and maybe some gusty wind still crossing the Tennessee River, moving out of our viewing area. Huntington, your severe weather threat is done. I think Sugar Tree, as well as Yellow Springs, I think you're probably in the clear here in the next few minutes. The winds don't look too impressive on the velocity, but still maybe 40, 50 mile an hour as they do move east of Camden. I'm trying to race through the graphics because I do want to show you the big picture here real quick before we go. I have some saved at the end. But one last look at our possible hail core up to the north. All right, so let's see if we can get there. Sorry, I had a whole bunch of saved images. All right, this is what I wanted to show you. All right, so we've got, again, our main severe threats up here, but this is the area we're watching the next couple of hours, right along 55 for some of these to maybe spin up. So you may not be done yet if you're in southern Hardeman County, McNairy, and Hardin County from some potential severe. So we'll obviously have more coming up on the news at 6. If any of these get a little closer, they need a cut in or break in on TV. But that's what we're watching for the remainder of the evening. These ones coming on up into northern Mississippi. Thanks for joining us on our live coverage. Again, we'll have more coming up at 6 to all the meteorologists here at WBBJ, the National Weather Service, our news director, and all you at home that have lived through this event and helped us out with storm spotting and the storm reports. Really appreciate it. All right, we'll be right back in a couple of hours. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. A lot of people's cell phones going off. You get that loud alert. That's for a flash flood warning, and it's a considerable flash flood warning threat, which will continue for the next several hours tonight. There's flash flooding occurring all over sections of West Tennessee. According to the National Weather Service, if you go out and travel and you come across some flooded roadways, this is a life-threatening situation, so you need to avoid. There could be major flash flooding on some of the roads coming on in. Rain will continue here in Jackson. The flood watch continues till tomorrow morning. We still are under a tornado watch, but so far in the last hour there hasn't been any severe weather. But look at the flash flood warnings. Some places have seen over 6 inches of rainfall since this morning, and some totals as high as 15 from the storm system since Wednesday. You notice almost all of West Tennessee currently under flash flood warnings. Look at the amount of rain. Almost everybody has seen 6 inches or more of rain since Wednesday. Any of these blue areas is where we've seen 10 plus, and in the white areas, some locations have seen close to 15 inches of rain just to the north of Jackson. You notice some of these rain amounts, again, between around three-way, 15 plus inches of rain. We've saw 6 to 10 in areas of Gibson and Carroll counties for the most part, and some areas east of Camden have recorded close to 20 inches of rain according to our Doppler radar estimates. That storm we were watching up to the north has a tornado warning tag, but that's over into Middle Tennessee, moving away from us. We still are watching a cluster of thunderstorms down south. None of these currently have a severe thunderstorm warning on them, but they're pretty intense. They may impact areas like southern McNairy, Hardin, maybe even southern Hardeman County. So that's what we're watching for, a thunderstorm threat. But there's flash flood warnings all the way down to the south. Not seeing much for any rotation along this line. There's a little bit, so we're going to watch that here. But the flood threat is significant, not only down south, but here's why you got that alert on your phone. Still very heavy rain continuing to come on by. None of this looks like severe thunderstorms, but very heavy rain. That flash flood warning is out till 6:45. That's a considerable flash flood threat. One threat below a flash flood emergency, which they had issued for the city of Memphis out of the National Weather Service in Memphis. But very heavy rain will continue along and south of I-40 for the next few hours tonight. We've got all this still to come on in. So if you're along the interstate and southward, that's where the heavier rain's going to come on in. But we're already dealing with flash flooding across sections of Madison County, Henderson County, up into Gibson County. So please avoid traveling tonight unless you absolutely have to head out, because there will be flooded roadways. Some roads are probably going to get washed away, and you do not want to have to call for a rescue to get rescued by driving into flooded roadways. So the tornado watch still tonight goes all the way down into Louisiana. We're still under the watch. I think they'll probably start to pull out some counties north of the interstate here. But along and south of I-40, we're still watching a threat for a couple of these storms to try to come on up from Mississippi tonight. So here is the look at the futurecast. Look at the rain continues till at least 9 p.m. Looks like that'll continue through midnight and then finally starting to clear out a little bit into Sunday morning. Then there's going to be some light rain on the backside of the system continuing Sunday, and then by noon, that's when it looks like most of our rain will have moved on out. But then it's going to get cold. We could be dealing with temperatures down cold enough for frost Monday morning. And by the way, there's a chance to get down near freezing as we get into Tuesday morning. So we've got a couple of cold mornings on the way as this system clears out. This is additional rainfall from now until Sunday morning. There's a chance for another 3 to 4 down south, maybe another inch or 2 in Jackson. Storm totals could be between 15 and 20 inches of rain for some people since last Wednesday. That's why the National Weather Service has been telling you all along this is a generational type flooding event when you get 15 to 20 inches of rain in 4 days. So again, we're going to watch things closely here in the Storm Team Weather Center. Your phones went off for that flash flood high threat for flash flooding, one step below a flash flood emergency. One more check here on the radar down into that area where we're watching for some potential thunderstorm development. We've got, again, the one for the north of us moving away. But down here, this is where we're going to watch some of these thunderstorms as they're going to move on through. We'll have another update if needed here before the newscast at 6 o'clock. But we're going to continue to watch these storms to the south. And again, flash flooding occurring everywhere. You probably want to stay inside for the remainder of the night. I'll keep it here on WBBJ, though, for more updates. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here just with a quick update. We are watching some major flooding concerns across West Tennessee. We're going to get to a list of some of areas where the flooding is, but there's also a tornado warned storm just to the south of West Tennessee. We do want to update you on that as well, but this is what we're seeing all over, just low level areas just covered in water around sections of West Tennessee. We do have an update to the tornado watch. It does include just 4 counties now, and it has been extended until midnight. There's still some pretty warm, charged up air to the southeast of Madison County. All the other counties, though, are currently under flash flood warnings. We have a considerable flash flood threat that was issued for most of us here in West Tennessee. That includes a chance for some major roads to be inundated with water, washed away. So you probably want to stay inside tonight and avoid traveling, because especially after the sun goes down, there's going to be some roads that you may not expect to be covered in water that will be. So here's why they extended the tornado watch. Look, we still got dew points 66, 64, 70. So there's still plenty of storm energy right now to the southeast. I don't think it stays till midnight, but definitely for a couple more hours, and it's still warm. 82 in Savannah, but it was plus 80 in Selmer just about 30 minutes ago. So we're starting to see losing some of the temperature, losing some of the storm energy, but it is still prevalent in some areas. This is flooding. Everywhere in the blue is over 10 inches of rain. The white areas is where we were close to 15 inches of rain so far since Wednesday, and that includes a large area of west and northern Madison County. Many of these white pockets you see here, Doppler radar estimates of 15 inches of rain. Everyone saw at least 6 up into Carroll and Gibson County, and some of these are close to 20-inch totals just east of Camden from the event. So here's what we're watching right now. This is the heavy line of rain that's moving through. We've got a couple of tornado warnings near Nashville. Those are from our earlier storms. Those are moving away, but we've got a new one down here to the south that we are watching, which has been spinning. I think it's going to weaken some as it moves into West Tennessee, but it's still got a little bit of rotation on it. So here's that storm. You do see it was trying to spin up there west of Holly Springs, and we look at it on the velocity. Doesn't look too tightly wound right now, but there's still some areas of rotation right along this little line of thunderstorms heading into Holly Springs. Now there's a chance they do try to move into some of our viewing area, but what I'm seeing right now, unless this changes in the next 15 minutes, they'll not be extending this tornado warning unless it starts to look a little bit more interesting than it does right now. There was a little bit of a spin up about 10 minutes ago northwest of Holly Springs that looked a little concerning, but that's really lost a lot of its rotation right now. But we're going to watch this as it could be moving into sections of Hardeman, maybe McNairy and Hardin County a little bit later. That's our final chance for some rotating storms, but they are starting to turn more to the right as they're beginning to get caught from that cold front coming on in from the west. So here's a look at the heavy rain. The flood threat is going to continue throughout the night. We've got rain likely lingering overnight into Sunday morning. Here's our flash flood warning, which is considerable threat, just one threat short of a flash flood emergency. There are countless roads here in West Tennessee. I'm going to give you a list here in a minute, but we are watching these storms coming up from the southwest tonight. And again, that tornado watch has been extended now to include just 4 counties, though. That's Hardeman as well as McNairy, Hardin counties, again, under that tornado watch. But there are roads in Jackson that are closed due to flooding. That's Boone Lane, Riverside Drive, Westover Road, most of Perry Switch Road, Old Medina Road. These closures are temporary, but could change later tonight. But right now, those are closed. We've got closures in Haywood County, closures in Carroll County outside Huntington, Alamo, Friendship, all in Crockett County, including Bells as well as Crockett Mills and Gadsden, all dealing with flooded roadways and closed roads. So there are closed roads in every county here in West Tennessee that we've got some reports out of. There's a flash flood emergency going on right now in Memphis. Horrible situation there with the flooding. It's bad here, but it's going to continue. More rain on the way tonight. We're watching 2 tornado warnings too far south to impact us soon, and there's that one we're watching as well to the southeast of Memphis. We'll take one more look at that storm on the rotation that we've been keeping a close eye on, just to make sure that the rotation isn't getting any worse in the last couple of minutes. So we'll go ahead and pull up our velocity product one more time. So again, we've got a cluster of little mini rotations, nothing that looks like a tornado to me, and even the most concerning rotation now is still a ways away from us. But this is the area that initially initiated the original tornado warning west of Holly Springs. It's out for another 15 minutes, but I think conditions are a lot less
unfavorable here in West Tennessee than they are into northern Mississippi tonight. I wouldn't expect tornadoes, but can't rule one out, and we may have a tornado warning or two, but again, I'm just not really thinking we'll see much for tornadoes tonight, but you still need to pay attention if you're into Bolivar, Selmer, Savannah here as this final push of these storms does move on through. Keep it here on WBBJ. We'll have another update here in 30 minutes. Obviously, if that tornado warning includes more of our area, we'll break in and cover it in its entirety, and we've also got our newscast coming up tonight at 6.
Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here just with an update. We have cooled down here in Jackson to 55 degrees. So our severe thunderstorm threat looks like it's done here in Jackson, but the flood threat continues not only here, but for many areas in West Tennessee. We've got multiple flooded roads that are closed right now in pretty much every county in West Tennessee. Our tornado threat still continues tonight for 4 counties. It does include Henderson, Bolivar, Selmer, and Savannah, and the flood watch remains in effect till Sunday. Flash flood warnings continue. Considerable flash flooding threat, according to the National Weather Service, remains in effect here this evening. So you probably want to stay inside. If you are traveling, definitely don't want to do it tonight. There's probably going to be some flooded roadways, which should catch you off guard tonight. Anyone in the dew point in the 50s, I think your severe weather threat's done. We're starting to even lose some of our storm energy down into Savannah, Bolivar, and Selmer, which is really good news. Plus, the temperature has dropped about 15 degrees in those locations over the last hour. So I think our severe thunderstorm and tornado threat coming to a quick end here within the next hour. But look at the massive amounts of rain that we've seen across portions of West Tennessee. Any of these areas in the white, Doppler radar estimates up to 15 inches of rain in some areas north and west of Jackson. Almost everyone has seen over 6 inches of rain since Wednesday, and some locations up near 20 inches in those pink colors. So we're still watching some rain showers tonight, heavy rain. There's still one tornado warning in Tennessee that's east of Nashville. And then down into Mississippi, there's still a couple of rotating storms, but the energy is a lot stronger still down into Mississippi than it is in West Tennessee. Remember that storm we were watching that had a tornado warning on it? They allowed the tornado warning to expire. They did issue a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, though, with this storm. There's still some very minimal rotation with it, but it looks like it's just going to be some winds and some heavy rain associated with it. A little bit of rotation still we're watching there east of Holly Springs. But you'll notice when we put this into loop, there was a little spin, and then it just kind of dissipated really quickly. So we're not expecting a tornado tonight, but you are under severe thunderstorm warning. Does include Selma. We'll keep an eye on it. I don't think it's going to be too bad right now, as your temperature and dew point are both dropping, but we'll watch it as it gets a little closer to McNairy County. Also, southern Hardeman County, including Bolivar, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning, which again is for this one coming up here from the south. But there is still a chance for some pretty strong winds that could develop along the leading edge of that little line, which looks to be at least 30 minutes out to Selmer, as it's moving more north than it is off to the east. And as it moves north, it's moving into less energy area, and so we're going to see that storm continue to weaken as it moves up to the northeast. But we still got, this is still going to bring heavy rain, we think, to areas in West Tennessee, including Jackson. We may see some light rain here in Jackson over the next 20-30 minutes or so, but if this area comes in, that's going to bring some very heavy rain with it right into the area that is currently under that flash flood warning, which is right now out till 6:45. Probably going to be extended. Again, these tornadic storms, I think, stay south, maybe impacting Tupelo. Probably not going to make it up into McNairy and Hardin County with any tornadoes tonight. But we are watching that one section there with some potential thunderstorm activity to still try to drift on through. The tornado watch still is out again till midnight. I expect our counties here in West Tennessee to probably be pulled out of that here in the next couple of hours. But we're still watching that cold front, which is going to push on in. As it does, it's really going to bring an end of the severe threat, but we're still keeping rain around. Look, this is at 9 o'clock at night, still into Sunday morning, and then we'll finally see the rain decreasing as we get into Sunday, into the afternoon. Then the temperature, by the way, is going to plummet all the way down cold enough for a frost maybe by Monday morning, maybe a freeze Tuesday morning. We're going to have a full report coming up at 6 on our news here at WBBJ. If that storm to the south starts to rotate or looks uglier than it does right now, we'll break in and cover it. But right now, we're going to head back to regular programming.